The time now is, this is a call to education. Today's 2000. Welcome to Fairchild Willis Campus Black Box Auditorium. So the first item, call of order, we already did that. The next thing, Pledge of Allegiance. All rise. Where's the flag? That way.
Allegiance to the United States of America, Republic for which one nation, indivisible, justice for all.
The next item on the agenda is roll call. Is that?
What's your name?
What's your name?
My God.
All right. Tahiba Bain. Present. Baptiste Perez.
Present.
Mahan Garhales. Akeisha Cassim. Willie Medina. Jennifer. Joseph Sakala. Robert Traber. Andre Woodson. That's everybody.
All right, everyone is here. The next item on the agenda, representative reports. We have 4 students here in person. Now, don't everyone raise your. Do we have a volunteer? Representative for Central. Oh. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Almeida. I'm a senior and I'm here to represent Central Magnet High School. So Central's chapter of the National Honor Society is having a blood drive on. We've been hosting blood drives in multiple years now, every 3 months. Opportunity for help out. We had a Spirit Week to celebrate Black History Month, so there's just some positive things. And then the issue that we're kind of facing right now, and that is bathroom cleanliness at Central. It's like partially this on the staff, like constantly the bathroom with Sharpies on the wall, waste, like uncleanliness. And so that's like an issue that has to be resolved. I don't know how frequently the bathrooms get cleaned, so I can't give you a statistic or tell you that they're not being cleaned frequently. But it's something that bothers me as well as many other students and that people have complained about. Thank you.
Our next rep down the line is our from. Just press the mic. Yeah, press the button. Okay. And then.
Perez, and I am a senior from Warren Hardin High School. First off, for joining us here this evening, this meeting. Representatives from, I would, 2 main issues are having at the school, bathrooms. The students are concerned because bathrooms are being closed, they're being crowded, and it's also being limited. That bathrooms are closed and students aren't able when they would like to. An issue for students, this may bring out and that since the bathrooms are like to see a change. Another issue is transportation. Students have trouble going back and forth in school, and winter season, it is difficult for them to get to school and go back home. Though the and to enforce it, because it can also now about our school. The health magnet um did a heart health did presentations talking about lifestyle and how to maintain their health. Now, as we also History Month, some of the last week, well, Spirit Week, will be able to. This may be seen also a Jamaican Heritage Day event was held where the culture and aspects of the country were covered. I'd also like to congratulate the boys basketball team for winning Friday, and for that they tournament.
Okay.
I was non-able student representative for Bridgeport Regional Vocational Aquaculture School. As far as this semester, everything is going great, as Ed would say. And aquaculture students had a strong showing at Connecticut Junior Science and Humanities, also known as JS. Color Hall, a senior place, and Kogan came in strong. They had been invited in Albuquerque, New Mexico in May. Our spring recruitment open house is scheduled for Wednesday, March 13th from 2:30 to 4. We have over 40 families already registered for this event. Applications come in, enroll in, and are being proceeded as they do. We are over that. We appreciate support from the Central Office and Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we're going. Yeah, going back. Okay.
Okay, hi, and I'm a representative for Academy. To thank you to talk about was that the principal we have at this moment is doing a good job in implementing uniforms. He's giving good consequences for kids who are not following that. Bell systems in our school. We have brighter lights in our school, which is great. Smoothly. One thing I would want to is for a fact it's not very but it's not dirty, has a smell sometimes. Also want to address school lunch. It's very bad. I feel like for eating 2 chicken nuggets and like 3 fries, it's unacceptable. Especially for kids who come to school, especially if they have nothing at home to school and they barely get in their systems for them. And I feel like it should be more, especially if we can't order food to school, because when we order food from outside of school, it's a big meal we get for a reason. Food for free, it should be the same amount. That's really it.
It's like I lost Gary in person and lady. Next student, Rob. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Angeline, and I'm a representative for the bio school here at Fairchild Wheeler. If I were to sum up our past months at our school, I would. It has been pretty not every business as usual, because we had the snow days, half days recently, so everything has been pretty much going smoothly, which is like a plus. But I guess a little downside because not a lot is going on. But been in an award ceremony recently, and here we awarded our first honors and second honors as well. individual. And in here, we all recognize those who transfer and award for having the most student winners at the district level science fair this year. And I being among this award is very important because not only is it a great achievement, but also exemplifies students have and where we could go just then. On, we also have a Black History Month event this Thursday. It's going to be a day filled with different festivities. And I have taken notice that some students feel a little bit satisfied, I believe, with the choice of dedicated at the rather than have activities throughout like that. This day is something to look forward to. It's going to be very fun, very educational, and it's a great opportunity for the students, for the teachers to learn a lot and enjoy a lot. So like I said, our activity is we have a lot and we'll be very with that the next.
You could just give a round of applause to the award. And I really, as board chair, I want to encourage our student rep, Gabrielle from, I forgot the school already. Oh, BMA just had you and myself off system. So here you go.
Okay, students that we just go to school and come home. We don't really have the exposure to different stuff outside of Bridgeport. And I feel like if the students, especially kids from freshman year, need to visit other schools, colleges, and have that open mind, it will be better for them to decipher what they want to do, because trade schools, they don't know about. And the fact that it's just trips as like hinders them in being able to be basically being known to knowing everything. I'd say the another thing is the first and second semester problems. For example, me in the fall, and I have the AP exam in April, and I feel of hindered stuff, especially when you have, because I'm not gonna remember stuff that I learned in AP exam. Is kind of like back into my work, study everything I've learned, and try to get the best grade I can from 6 months time. So it's really hard. Also, I feel like high school kids should have more internship opportunity, especially for me, because I want to go to high school and business classes. I don't want college take, so I can have like credit, implement those in school. And definitely other career opportunities for students, because being able to tap into what they want to do now, their mind, and be like, maybe this is not for me, I can do something else. Thank you, that's it.
The next item on public comment. No, you don't. So, Mr. Sokolovic, we treat this similar to the public comment. This is a meeting in public. And so if you have any questions for our student reps, you're out of, there's no. The next item is public comment. Leslie Carr, up to the microphone. The public wishing the board at a regular 2 minutes on any item or items on the agenda. Okay, so just keep it limited to the agenda. Who has the okay? Let us know what. Test your mic so I make sure you're on. Okay. I think you're on.
Okay. And board members as well. My name is Leslie Care for Connecticut. Obvious because it seems as though the obvious truly does not matter to some of the ones who uphold these seats currently. Bridgeport has a current population of 147,000. As of 3 days ago, according to the Washington Post, there are slightly more than 81,000 registered, 60% of them Democrats and 32%. Why is this a good question that you were asked out loud? You are nothing to the seats currently, unless you were seated by the corrupted administration or trusted by us through your lies to only discover once you got in to go against every single thing you. A finance committee who just unanimously voted and more than $2 million over recently, and then we scratch our heads wasting money before. Would you rather fund those with credentials and provide them with the to lose their jobs because it sounds better to contract with Relay and others who don't have the credentials to give our kids the best education? In fact, because the actions of those who voted to do just that spoke volumes. While this is not in the youth's future, I'll end by turning my you're familiar with matters.
Follow we have up is Ann Trespasso.
I'm Ann Trapasso, a very recently retired board at Bridgeport. Tonight, as I come before the Super Education, I want to emphasize sayings, truth, distilled essence of a people's values and knowledge. They are memorable not only because they are so brief, but also because, like poetry, sometimes complicated ideas into a few thoughtfully crafted words. The moment, the most relevant, the caution before the horse. Most simply, contracts for 2000 to 2025 are known. The board is being asked to make a decision in the dark without sufficient context. Do before the horse. After the board voted down the contract with and Relay in January, reduced rates are being along with a new. We generally lean do not have enough. That 4 corporations were presented in January and an additional one is now added does not give me confidence that there's been a plan of what is most needed for the district. Was Bookalicious book? Is it considered necessary? Then how have you prioritized of the duty for the BOE to vote in favor of these expenditures tonight? I went on the record last month as being opposed to the privatization of the critical work of education to others. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker is Councilwoman.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm here for agenda item number 7 of new business. This is hard. You have the opportunity of doing that really shows that our local community. The basketball was about he gave unconditional love to his children, his community. Last summer, his program went from just having to having younger kids. Why? Because the moms came and told him that my kid, because they're too young. Instead of Bernie trying to create a program and expanded his, he did a Saturday Academy where he went from, sorry to echo, where he went basketball, skills, learning, basic skills, STEM, how to make butter, soap, tutoring, how to interact researchers, scientists, and other adults that look like them at Unilever, because that's the kind of things they do. Always wanted the best for his kids. He didn't want them just to or just from wanted them to everything. Ago, he took up BA All-Star. Can you imagine Bridgeport kids actually traveling to an All-Star game? But in closing, I'm just here to say, I hope that you do the right thing and of the Bassett High School new gymnasium, Bernard J. Gymnasium. Thank you.
Next speaker. And
Good evening, everyone. And I'm going to say something simple. We need to work together, and we need this situation. And sometimes say one is not say nothing back and forth, because I like to live. None. We need to stop. We need to stop, people. As a board member, as a leader, as a father of 3 child, went to responsibility because they're watching us. We here. We will elect the board members. Community vote for us, or we can do better job for the future. Some negative, who say, she said, got title, who got this and who got that. We got 9 board members. Like I said, we vote, we get elected because the community. We got David, that I'm very happy to be working with you, and you're an amazing person. But you, David, you had 9 more with you, and now 4, not 5. And I'm very glad to discuss everything. That's what work for you, that I was one of them. You know, I don't like the negative heat stuff. We need to stop that. We need to stop that. We're not perfect. Only go together, communicate, respect each other. I know we can do better. We here because we're not here you because you're nice, you're rich, because you talk this. They trust us. Trust you to Carmela. In person, and I know we can do better. As I say, they're watching us. We work for them. So we work for them. They work for us. We need future for our kids. Thank you. God bless you all.
our next speaker is oh, wait. Yep, okay. All right, good. I want the world important.
I got you. Brick house. I'm just here to Uncle Brady Lofton. For the kids and just, and the youth. And I'm just here to see that his name is live on, and we do put his name in that gym, because a lot of people behind him, they're not here right now, but a lot. And like I said, he's my uncle. I just want this name get put in the
The next speaker is Jacqueline Galdiano. Apologize if I've mispronounced your last name.
Antonio. I'm not Bridgeport Public School. I'm here tonight to the contract with him. I want to start by saying I don't understand how we can even be considering these contracts with no budget information available to the community. There's concern of schools being closed, class size increasing, and jobs being cut. Considering spending so much money, it's being addressed for teachers. Organizations. Hanover Research, that its president has, whether we are helping a company generate millions of dollars of revenue or encouraging a school district to cut a program, isn't that the board's job to decide what to cut, not an outside company with no time that will have to be paid. I'm sure there are a lot of what is or isn't. As I've stated, why are we spending? It's only used in cities like Bridgeport. It is not being purchased by schools in the suburbs. Relay did not exist before 2012 and was developed by leaders who needed more certified teachers. In case you aren't aware, charters to have a fully staffed school. They program because of their funded by politicians who want to foundations and politicians who favor tax breaks for the rich and cuts to the poor. I will say it again, Bridge deserve the best. Real curriculum, real teachers and administrators, accredited higher education. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Wilson.
I'm the daughter of Bernard Lofton. This is a little, I just want to say, he wouldn't even be put named after him. That are here left memory. The board to remember. If we do this, we also have to carry his programs on. That's the real legacy. The programs that he started and that we need to continue. With his name on the gym or anywhere in Bridgeport, because the kids of Bridgeport are foremost. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is
and didn't come here with a speech that was prepared. There's some that already said. One's is with a horse. Up to my that I may commit with her and saying to her that she has not disappointed this board or our community. And I told her to keep up the great work. And I hope the model that she has set forward towards inclusivity as one of the, we are 9 people on job and one, it's our job to accountable as a, to hold accountable our students. It is our job to hold accountable before our community. My wife is a lioness. My older brother is all, I'm in support. Why are the community hearing that this board has when community wanted? But that's a complete I don't know why our chair or
The agenda item
Okay.
it says each member wishing to speak may address the board at a regular meeting for a total of 2 minutes on an agenda item. Thank you.
Want
This
me
is
to-
not a time
it's my
to.
time. Let me know when I can talk because I don't want to. Teachers against some, and you go to the teacher these programs with the knowledge that's out there about these programs. Why are we moving forward with things when we don't have a budget? Why isn't other members? Some of you say, "Oh, be careful, Willie, who you surround yourself with."
Time.
Show me, ma'am, with all due respect. So, if you don't mind.
The next speaker is Ms. Cheatham. Make sure you press, then you know it's on.
Good evening. My name is, and I wanted a couple of things just changing over the school year this year pretty fast without it being brought to the community or the families about what's going on. Not being able to go to basketball games or being pushed away to go for basketball games. Activities that they have is a basketball. They be told, especially regardless of what school you should be able to for a basketball game. They shouldn't have to be accomplished by adults because they are kids of our city. We can't. Listening, because not you. These two with the whispering. Don't be disrespectful. So, Miss Bernie had for over 5 programs from back, all different programs for our kids, not only in the city of, not kids, the West End. What happened to my? Y'all can hear me? Not only kids from the West End, for kids.
Also, oh, okay.
How?
Test. Extra 30 seconds because it cut off.
For kids area or for Bassett High School, kids from the whole entire city. The gym should not even be a question on should Mr. Bernie name go on top of the gym, especially when community who's looking forward to seeing his name plastered across that gym and summer programs to still go be able to have a from the hour parents, because I know my way honest others should be able to have that. Kids should be able to go to basketball games. I don't know where the changes and all that stuff, but if it is being changes like that, please relay it to a big blaster, a phone blast, send out memos, whatever, because our going up to no basketball games, standing out.
Ms. Cheatham. The microphones will. Okay. Speaker is Teresa Wilson.
The red button?
Lean a little because I don't know why. This is a new.
Good evening, Dr. Levi David, Chairperson, Baptiste, rest of the board. My name is Teresa Wilson. I am the founder and executive director of the Village Initiative Prep Program, which has served Bridgeport years, and my students requested tours.
BMA.
BMA. I literally am here representing the students, the children. And okay, I went to a basketball game last week before being allowed to go into the game. Left out in the cold, left in the lobby in the cold. A couple purchased tickets. Yes. And this is totally unacceptable. I understand what's going on as far as some of the conflicts which happened in New Haven. I walked into the game with my grandchildren and some other students were standing there. Mrs. Wilson, okay, and a police officer at your biological, okay? Okay, children at home. She could not bring me to a game. This should not be happening when their parents are taxpayers, paying everyone in that building. These children, and I'm into prevention. It was turned a little, okay, and you know, really for the cold. And because the students said, this is
Ms. Wilson,
this
just
is
wrap up your comment.
okay, this is VIP, really made her a student. So they're being very selective. This, hope the board addresses this. Cannot bring these children. We want to support. And I'm also here to after. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms.
Mazzaros.
Mazzaros. Well, wait,
That's fine, don't worry.
after.
No,
Thank you.
that's fine. Superintendent, students, front office. I'm a city employee, security. 1995, when he became a sub guard at Roosevelt School, we both started the junior responders first. Then we both got moved over to Bass. 16 years as a security guard and 16 years as a head coach of baseball, but assistant coach of basketball. Kids went to the school together. An employee, city schools, sorry to say, job because we take the job, uncertified staff. They're in the job, off the job, on the weekends, on the end thing, always off the kids. And I have seen Bernie work desperately hard. And Mr. Daniel's going to, when there's a problem that he has, needs, said this is needed to call these people, but naming an individual that service, it'll be an honor, a very blessed honor to put his name in that gymnasium or on the floor, anywhere in the gym. Is, I have always said it to any board member, city official, before you, because again, you owe what's happened because your kids are there, all these other kids. Time, more input from and everybody else, and we'll go forward. Okay, God bless you, and now let's move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Daniels.
I would be getting it as soon as I start to speak. My name is Dave. I was a Bridgeport police years. I retired. I had the pleasure of meeting Bernie when I was in grammar school on the basketball court out in PT where I grew up. When I was able to do the officer-friendly basketball camp. And the first person I went to, I did that camp for 17, and Bernie gave you We get activists. One state senator have Connecticut police officers that are there because of the work that Bernie did. Naming that building after him is a small thing in comparison to all the stuff that he's done. So it's the right thing to do. And the last thing I'll say is his name is not Bernie. Affectionately, his name was. So school after Mr. Names, I thank you.
And the next speaker is Tahiba Bain.
Good afternoon. I'm superintendent. Student. Not as a, but as, and as a relay is a step moving forward. So I want to just say thank you for bringing it. What I understand that though the budgetary constraints may be available, may be vivid, been as we can be, we're looking to bring to bring Bridge in the Board of Education field, right? We've been so lagged behind that our students reading grade levels are way below average. And I think that different and making a change will help of our entire, not just 1 and 2 system. So for as far Bernard is being named, we don't understand how there's a misconception that the board would say no. I believe that's true. Somebody started that rumor and left it out there saying to vote, or they were as a them as a board to do change a man's name that has done so much for the community. He coached my son in Bassett. He's coached many people. People came up to me and said, how dare y'all not want about, because no one was aware of that. No one was aware of that rumor. And I want to say thank you for the work that you've been doing. Different. And yes, Albert, and we're to change.
Thank you. That concludes public comments. The next item on the agenda is the minutes. We have the meeting minutes from January 22nd, 2024. Are there any edits? Motion to approve Mr. Sokolovich. Are there any? Mr. Traber? You need to press the microphone and then I'll approve.
Now? Traber said he was renewing a request for information on hiring and resignations over the last 6 months in anticipation of the budget. That he also referred the contract with the university school. I did not contract with the university school. I regarding university school. I just want to clarify the request for info regarding that contract that I had discussed with Mr. Carafa before.
Okay.
So I just want to be, I'm not referring a contract. I'm simply renewing a request for information on that contract.
Okay. There edits? minutes. On page, second to last paragraph. Mr. Sokolovic said state statute requires 3 district students for every out-of-state district students in a magnet school. Like the record that our magnet schools are for white students. That's 1 hour, 36 minutes and 20 seconds in. That's schools are for white hour, 36 minutes in, and it's in 1 hour, 5 seconds in. Our magnet schools are for white students. That's incorrect information, but the record should reflect and clarify that he said our magnet schools are for white students. I also want to change on page 18 and clarify that students are not solely for whites, and that the suburb pit may make up demographic. The record to reflect the actual comments on our records because it is available on YouTube, and I've stated the timestamps for anyone that has any questions regarding it.
School students for the most same things that have that mindset. Stay with us only if we got that 25% ratio of out of district students from both around the district, which are the majority of white. That's what some of our magnet schools do have.
I love you, David. Information. Then turn your mic on 1 second.
Does that mean it has to be suburban white students or suburban students? Because not all students in the suburbs are white.
Exactly. I'll defer to the superintendent. Magnet schools for Caucasian students, or is it open students?
It's open to suburban.
So clear, there's no racial requirement that it has to be a Caucasian or white suburban student.
Not that I'm aware of. Of course, I could be mistaken.
Okay. The changes your actual comment, and I've given if there's any referral to committee or you seek clarification or a legal opinion as to what are the requirements for our magnet students, I want the record, and I've given the timestamps as to what you said. So I don't think there's any or put any words in your mouth, out of your mouth. And I mean that there's no for. Yes.
Should this be referred to committee? Because we do not have verbatim minutes, Madam Chair. I know that your reference to actual comments, I recall that as being particularly contentious because about the superintendent, we're not at schools and Mr. Sokolovic was trying to correct that assertion. And then they got into the discussion of the primarily suburban. Then I recall there being the reference to the white students or Caucasian students. But I would need to, I will not accept of what was actually.
So, you can recess into the record yourself.
To put actual minutes.
No,
our
it
minutes
is,
are
it
not
is verbatim as to.
Our minutes are not a verbatim word for word recount of what was referral. And what you're trying to do is to put in a word for word minute as to what was said and process whether they're accurate. I don't
Referring it
accept
some
your,
verbatim,
accept your referral.
don't accept yours. You know what?
So
I'm not
then
even
it
going to
goes
go
some
there.
committee or some.
I'm not going to go there. Mr. Traber, the amendment stands. All in favor, we can, if that's the case. All in favor of the minutes,
I'm
and we'll
sorry,
do a
there's
roll
two
call vote.
amendments to the minute.
Minutes, I make a motion as with the change, the 3 different times, white, our magnet students of, and my clarification points. I make a motion that we approve the minutes from January 22nd as amended by myself and Mr. Traber. Is there a second? By Ms. Casimir. We could do a roll call vote if you would like.
It's a discussion now, isn't there? You've made your motion, is there not?
I need to see who has their hands up. Mr. Medina had his hand up before you.
Yes, as you mentioned, I just want to, so if there is an that where we can all through it, and if I don't, that I would like to add a video and listen to it. So let's send it back to the committee. That way we can vote on this appropriately if that's the case. I think is you brought. So why don't we do that? That way we can move forward with business, because this is not at this moment. He was saying it was, and let's listen to it together and let's get it. Which that's a question. I would love to go back and listen to some things that I would want on the record also, because it's something that was brought up by the public that I would like to put on the record. Let's bring it back to committee, that way we can all have an opportunity to go back to the minutes if you. Thank you.
Mr. Sokal.
The community knows who I am. The community knows what I stand for. So therefore, I call the minutes. I'll call the question on approving these minutes. And by my words, and you can add all the words you want and try to make me look bad, but I told the students they cannot make sure.
Question. In order to call the question of a vote, for calling the question in order to vote for the regular meetings being approved, say aye. Aye. Yeah, clearly. So roll call vote. The question, it's the vote to actually. Okay.
Tahiba Bain,
Abstain.
can you explain call the question to people so they know?
When it called the question, that's to end debate. And with him, and to have them super, because essentially in speech, 2/3 of the board to move forward to call the question. So in order for this to pass, all 9 board members are here today. At least 6 out of the 9 must, so we can move forward with the meeting, approval of the meeting minutes. This vote is to the actual meat of the, is the main motion, January 22nd to. So right.
It also ends debate, and there is you're trying to assert verbatim minutes. Verbatim in this board. They have, or occurred at our meeting. If you're going to start us for word, changes the way we, and that's a significant change. So Mr. Sakalovic has made a personal decision to call the question. I respect that. Don't accept it because I think to start looking at all the minutes and wanting to assert, you said this at this meeting.
We're doing a roll call to
Simply to call. So,
yes or no.
You're not making a point of order or
I
a
made
point
a
of
point of
information.
information. You gave a description that left out the
It
impact of
ends
calling the
debate.
question.
That's why it requires a supermajority. Yes, we're
Tahib
going to
Bain.
go around.
Tahiba Bain. Dean Baptiste Perez.
Yes.
Akeisha Castle. Lily Medina.
No.
This goes with yes. Robert Traber.
No.
And Andre Woodson. 5-4. Continue.
Debate continues. At the end of the day, if you don't want to listen at the point is that he said our white suburban student. That's a summation. You can go, but something that's clear. Board members that offended members of the community, that people came up and asked me, why would someone say that? And that should be reflected. So I'll go around the next, I'll go around. Because I don't see his name on the thing.
On what thing?
The thing.
On the microphone system, it's not.
You've got motion to separate the question
Oh.
from the main motion and vote on it.
Okay. So now there's an amendment to the amendment on the floor, and it's not. So if you could just say
it. Separate votes and voting on should be amended.
Is there any discussion regarding that? Seeing no discussion, we will vote on it just proposed. A roll call vote.
Can I get in specifically because I want to know because we couldn't. Mike Green coming up in the system, and let's make sure that what's happening here because I want to understand exactly what that motion was. So if we can get his mic on again, and we can hear clearly that behind you trying to assist you.
Yes. My motion was from the amendment main motion, which is when you have an amendment, you vote on the main motion. You need to separate that. You can vote against the amendment or vote for the amendment and then move on to the main motion. When the main motion is amended, it's either voted on or the main motion is voted on in its whole if the amendment is.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Thank you. Again, the only discussion I have, again, like I said in my last statement, why don't we just that way we can go over everything together and then we can come back to this. That was my suggestion to the board. Make that suggestion. and make them be same. But again, to commit, have a hearsay on this together once we go through the minutes.
Mr. Medina, there's no committee for this. This is our regular
Okay,
board meeting
listen,
minutes.
So you said, or send it back to committee, and that was your word,
No,
not
no, no.
mine.
I was given a general,
Okay,
there's
well,
no,
again,
it's our regular board meeting. And usually is that you, and some board members listen to the minutes, and when you read, you can clarify anything that was missing. It was poignant, and it stood out to me that each referral that our SMAC for white suburban students stuck out like a sore thumb. At that, there's no
okay. Can do this on our meeting. That way we can and to go over. I just want
active motion and a subsidiary motion on the table right now. Should those two motions fail, you can make that motion.
I made that motion before any. Again, I just
your
want,
motion needs to be made and seconded, Mr. Medina. It has not been seconded. Valid motion on the floor.
nobody mentioned my motion, and nobody asked. I believe as a chair.
Medina,
I will talk.
I'm not going to get into my chairman's report, but in the first 60 days, I made sure every board member had training, the Robert's Rules book, and it is each board member's individual duty and their role get to know the rule book. Rule book in a brief, attendance office for the 12th edition on. It is not an obligation book, but to make sure that I know the rules and consult with the parliamentarian, which is the city attorney of Bridgeport, per our bylaws.
So again, like I said,
Mrs. Medina, floor.
I thought my mic was on and I was talking. I was letting you talk because I don't want to talk over.
There you go.
No, I'll stand up then.
Medina. Mr. Medina. Ms. Perez.
Point of order, and
yes.
Item on the agenda, let's vote.
Mr. Medina, this is what I mean by being role models for our students. If you cannot sit down and conduct business like an orderly board member, I will ask. It is a privilege to.
Medina,
yes, I. Yes,
you have. So what right you have to kick me out of this meeting?
Read the bylaws.
There you go. Read the bylaws. Per secretary. Mr. Medina. Mr. Medina, what are you? There are children, Mr. Medina, in this room. You need to act. I've explained your motion.
That's why I kept quiet. And I had the floor.
You don't have the floor.
You don't have the floor.
Just because it's on doesn't mean you have the floor.
Okay, because I was speaking. I let her speak.
No. You're out of order.
Oh, I know. I know it's.
I know. Yes.
I just heard the same.
This is not public for the board. Audience to yell at us right now. This is us trying to come to an agreement. There's already a main motion. There's been an amendment to it. If a board member may not understand Robert's rules, that's a different story. I've already explained. If he wants to table it to the next meeting, the video, two motions fail. Amendment, then so heard and table to. Those are our options. This is not for the audience to jump in and say anything. Like I said, I repeated verbatim the minutes and I given a stamp. If you want to table it because there's no committee to refer to, but you will conduct yourself in this standing You raising your voice to accept it. Keep your motion on the. It's Albert, Mr. Benahan. Okay, so motion to approve the minutes on the floor. Not the, no, the amendments are on the floor. Should that fail, then, or to table. So there's a roll to approve the minutes as amended. Again, if it fails, a motion can be made to refer it to the next meeting. Listen to the January 22nd, 2024 minutes on YouTube was said verbatim. Okay. Perez.
Taiba. Christine Baptiste Perez.
I approve the minutes, yes.
Albert Benahan Grajales. Akeisha Casson. Willie Medina. Jennifer Perez is going with yes.
No.
Andre Wood. Carries 5.
Motion carries 5-4. The minutes have been passed for January 22nd, 2022, with the amendments from Robert Traber and myself, Christine. The next minutes for approval is from the special meeting from Jan.
Approve it, or?
We approved it with
Okay.
amendment. The next item is minutes 2000. Approve the minutes.
So moved.
I mean the 22nd. I mean 27th. Jesus, let me scratch that
Motion
one.
to approve special meeting minutes from January.
It's been approved by Ms. Perez. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Ms. Are there any changes? Okay, here from the minutes from June 2000. Say aye. Any? It's been abstained by Robert Traber. Any noes? Okay, the motion passes for the approval of the special meeting minutes from 2024. 8 yeses, 1 abstention. Next item on the agenda. I'm going to report. I'm going to start off with saying to members of the public, when I became chair, there was no passing of the baton. Conversation from my predecessor as to what was any logic or in the past, and from the prior board chair was trained as fast, because once you're on the board, it is a moving train. So one of the things I did within the first 60 days of the board, after sworn in on December 1st, I had referred them all to a K 2000, and we had a meeting with 20th 2000. We had a K with the boards of education on January 27th. The purpose in those trainings was that I didn't want to hear any excuses. You have your access to all the board policies. You have access to Robert's rules. You've been trained board, and we're here to serve the students. So this, I've been feeling like police members as to why there are cameras in government buildings. I've had board members step out of bounds as to their roles as board members, providing wrong. I've had to deal with board members not in schools at the schools. I've had to deal with board at staff create this district. Insubordination and differential treatment that wasn't provided by my predecessor. And I'll give you a training on December 27th with CABE. On December 11th, on prior board chair John Weldon training. On 2000 was the exact same that occurred at. Did those same board members that come out to you in the public and say, no, I need you to come to our meetings and record, did they mention that to you? So what I need and what I truly want from the public is to pay attention just as much minutes and quote timestamps as being shared are available on YouTube. Concerned. Information being said on public comment, and it's on YouTube. You can listen while you're driving in your car. You can listen if you're at the gym, but we agreement with Relay. That information, if you look at the agenda, is up for consideration. Our finance committee hasn't met yet for the month, so they presented to the live elected officials, especially when we're recorded. So I'm not any name, Mr. Sokolovic. Mr. Sokolovic.
But Mr. Sokolovic, you told the students during one of our meetings, after them and told them, and they were hired. A board member was telling them that the superintendent was lying.
Okay, I just want to keep it focused. I have not identified any board member. No, don't or assume anything because it's been presented. All members at home listen to you. Exactly. There's no conversation with the committee, with the public. So thank you, but no thank you. So the next thing I wanted that at the last meeting on January 22nd, 2024, I asked that all board communicating with me submitted, never received. Therefore, they thing I wanted to address. Again, just going to the passing of the baton. When I took this seat, there was no conversation. So for anyone on this board, it was not known to myself or the superintendent. Please submit that paper to Human Resources. Sure that you are accommodated, prepared, and successful. And so, patience forward. You're able to have the succeed in this position. That's all I really care for. The next thing I wanted to address is just some community activities. The honor and pleasure to be invited to the Dominican flag raising. I attended for Perez. But he was there in the also attended team. I got to see. Also, I had the privilege of attending and seeing some work from our students in second grade. There were more grades, but I had a hearing in court for work for our Black History Month showcase at the Mortons. That's all I have. Is just to encourage to read and watch, not to listen. Don't even listen to my mouth. Just watch the video if you don't want to ask me. The record speaks for itself. And so, my chairman's report. All right, so the agenda is the referrals. And facilities and no, you,
Or to the training, the CAPE training, the problem at the CAPE training as being on was no accommodation for the public to watch. That was the problem.
okay. Committee reports, facilities and finance, that's chaired by Ms. Casimir.
Finance Committee meeting, our first of the year, is scheduled for this coming Wednesday, February 28th at 6 p.m. in room 305. The very next FYIs for Monday, March in room 305 at City Hall.
Any referrals to committee, Ms. Perez?
I'd like to refer for the committee. It won't be able to be in this meeting, but to the bathroom situation at the high school, to place at reported by. That's what I have.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Mr. Sokolovic, referrals to finance, facilities and finance.
Yes, thank you. Issue to we've had this before on the board where does not make rules for our students. The superintendent comes in and who not the if in fact ask parents or an adult, are they your biological parents in a city where a lot of people don't have their biological parents? We got a system, so that question could be triggering to a child. So at the very least, actually have the superintendent
and finance.
Question.
This is only for, is the question regarding facilities or finance?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a referral or something you want addressed?
Well, I was curious meeting if there was a reason it was so quickly following. We're not going to have it, and there are 2 committee meetings. So, is this the 4th? That's what I was asking. Ms. Casimir.
Well, can I thing for the audience when we as board members make referrals to a specific committee, referrals appropriate department, committees or particular education superintendent, sometimes that information may not be readily available immediately at the next board meeting, but as long as the referrals with either myself as chair or the committee chair as to when would it come up, clarification, just turnaround time.
That's why I'm asking. So was thank you.
It's available. It should, or it'll be addressed at a later. I think that's just the best. That way staff can, if it's going to report being run and they may need time, so. But wait, do you have a referral? I'm sorry, hold on.
Okay. I was asking for the public's sake to know when there were people raised these, so that they would know if it would You have two committee going to have on Monday that they could know when it would be discussed. That's all.
Okay, and then your questions has been addressed for, okay. Mr. Sokolovic, referral to facilities and finance.
Yes. Apologize. Right up in Hartford to have a comparison. This is a legislator because make out better or worse under which plan we should be having that information to properly advocate, because I'd hate to advocate us out of a couple.
Just to clarify, is that comparison of the governor's budget versus
Now your mic's on.
His budget, legislator currently. Thank you.
Okay, seeing that there's no further referrals to facilities and finance, we're going to move support services committee. That's led by Ms.
Support Service Committee Tuesday. Columbus Schools Commissioners Network Plan 3 application, where if this passes to the state to improve areas of the school. So there's priority areas that are as building teacher capacity, tier 1 intervention, supports for that bilingual learners, among other things. This did pass out of committee and will be presented tonight. It passed with a 2 extension. Tonight, we're also discussing the field trip for Fairchild Wheeler. So somebody, and they're nears Disney Magic. They'll present what they're going to. It seems like a really great opportunity for them. So that passed unanimously out of committee. We will be talking tonight about naming the Bassett Bernard J. Lofton Gymnasium. And tonight, we'll discuss creating a committee that will input. We'll also analysis some board and looking at later, because there's research that says that it will benefit students and their mental health and just emotion, and but that requires a lot of different pieces. So this is just a first step in assessing if this not looking to implement. It's probably a long. Really look at all. And that also passed unanimously out of committee, so we'll be discussing that tonight. Lastly, we will have a special education report meeting in April. Our next committee meeting is March 19th. Any referrals?
Mr. Bennett, gone.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, talk about the pack. Each school, they have to have to see about how the pack leader for each school spending the money, what kind of workshops, how many people, parents, and it's very important because I believe in April, before April 1st, the beginning of April, they have possible. Yeah, I just wondering how much money the pack pack or BTSO officers. I don't want to see that they did it in my last, when I was having the student family committee, they have almost 30 members. That's nice, beautiful. When more parents to see who's the president, what they have election, the money, what kind of work, parents, this is probably going to discuss, or your committee, because I know we have Columbus School about the commissioner network. I know we have that for Bassett High School. And so I don't know if we're gonna discuss in the new business or we can bring it to the happen with the network with Bassett High School. It is about board to see. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Sakat, one second. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to refer to the next piece. There's a lot of moving parts. The next surveys, student surveys, teacher surveys, yeah, all the and staff surveys. Issues is in the surveys at the.
Okay. Any other instruction and support services? Seeing none, we're going to move over to policy, personnel, and conduct by me. There are several items on the agenda. Policy, personnel, and contracts committee. Their renewal resubmission for Board of Education. That passed unanimously by committee. And I just want to point out an excellent question that was committee member, Ms. Tahiba Bain, regarding how this works with, and it's close enough. I took some notes committee meeting. Part of the goal is really instruction, and that's lack in our classrooms today, and it's evident based on the performance of the district. If you want to argue separately, then you're going to have to explain why we're for. It gives the leaders in the building the tools like observation to a classroom with a leader, identify how those concerns can be, as well as how the actual students in steps. There's no, you need to engage with your students more. Dry, bland feedback like that. I can put my your teacher, I'd be like, what you need to elaborate on what you need from that. Relay would give tips and keys to, especially for our newer to address. A teacher with 20 in a district with such high support, we need to empower, especially our new young teachers, and give them the tools and resources that they need, and encourage and make them want to stay in the Bridgeport school system. So, no, I'm just, no, but in committee. So, one of understand what strong engagement look and have teachers actually practice and implement it. So there'll actually be coaches that will give the actual feedback to the teachers, and it will be repeated until it becomes actual muscle memory. And so it passed committee members questions so that we to how relay. Also, we had a negotiation where we have a significantly reduced price, making it more feasible for our district. There was also approval unanimously for a renewal resubmission of a proposed contract with Hanover. And detail, but when I attended a meeting, AACP, Facts, Gen Now, and audit. One of the things that was actually mentioned during this committee meeting was that was one of the services that could be produced by. So it passed unanimously on the committee level. The policy committee person and contracts committee, we all candidates, and and then sir directions for school leadership. For transparency, I just want the public to know that in that process, we mimicked the city's process. As for police, if we selected 3 candidates and there were 10 in the batch, 2 and 3 dropped out the candidates 3 and 4 with our actual policy. If candidates no longer were interested, we went line of qualified candidates to comply with our policy. And unfortunately, for some of the positions, there were only 1 candidate left. And so that was our Monday, February 12th meeting. Another item that's up on the today with Bookalicious. That's part grant money by hard copy. We just received to ensure that the books are being equally distributed based on the size of the classroom, and that'll be presented later by Ms. Valle. That too passed unanimously from the committee level, and I hope that board members too support those items. That concludes policy. I'll take, but I'm going to be very honest. Please email. I check my email every day. Referral now, but I'm going to ask that way I can actually address everything you want instead of taking notes. Just make sure you send in an email as well. Mr. Sokolovic.
Policy on committees, provision to include board members to speak because it's unfair for problems before they get up here.
Okay. Okay, seeing no other referrals, we'll just move on to our CABE report. Yes. The next meeting, we're meeting Tuesday of March. Should see any issue. But yeah, second CABE report, March the Hill, and all districts are encouraged to attend. Any board members that are interested, you can please reach out and call the superintendent's office so we can register. That's all I have in terms of my. So the next item on attendance report.
Good evening, everyone. Busy month. February 7th by attending the opening day of the legislative session. And I was there as a guest of our legislative delegation and had an opportunity to meet with the Secretary of State and to speak about the challenges in Bridgeport instructional. Very the 9th, writers training of our teachers, and that training really focused on strategies for writing to improve the writing outcomes of our students and the strategies for our students. So just want to thank thank all of the teachers that attended, our community leaders and local clergy, and many of came back to attend that service who had actually had the experience of growing up in Mr. Lofton's. It was a very moving experience to people and hear about contributions. On the along with Dr. Avery and Dr. Saki, I attended the restorative meeting that occurred between Harding and Career High School fight during the basketball game. I was able to listen to the challenges that they face every single and able to listen to their goals to be able to actually in sports conflict and share with them my expectations and the community's expectations for them. And the fact that is the biggest priority, and that their ability to participate really hinges on decisions that they're making on a day, and that we want to get the best possible, lose those opportunities of bad decision behavior. It was a really rewarding restoration with the students, and it was good to see them reflect. It was good to see them with kindness, with grace. It was pledging to be one another, and to see them acknowledge brothers, and that they all have goals and responsibilities and families that they have responsibilities to, and that they. So it was a very productive session, and I really proud of the staff that put that together. Really proud of the work that, and happy to host future events, and just hope that we won't have to have many of those types of events. But if we do, the fact that they're able to actually learn from that experience and reflect is more valuable, because as you know, most of what we do as human sight after the fact to support them, students in our system, through conflict and productively, to be proud of. 15th of February, I traveled again to Hartford to testify in front of the Appropriations Committee. Governor Lamont's proposed budget and the cuts that would be so incredible to our educational system, to are able to, again, members of that committee of the legislature, and advocate for the interests of our district moving forward, for the not only budgetary but academic interests of Bridgeport. And I was able that we do understand that we are among the 4th lowest performing state, as well as being the largest. Understand, improve performance math, current don't percentile when they take the math exam. So less than 30% of our students are able to demonstrate proficiency, basic proficiency in reading. And I spoke about the programs to implement in order to level of the entire and stuff of learning that declined over the past years. The fact that we have neglected the education of our students over the past 10 years. And I was very passionate in my advocacy to have greater resources for our teachers, and my advocacy resources to ensure that we assessing our programs we implement with regret comes real not achieved. When we look at schools, when we look at our schools, and we look at schools that have 400 or 500, 12 of those students demonstrate proficiency in reading and math, that is ethically impossible. We have to here after a national in order to address those changes. And I was charged by those legislators and those members of that committee with continued difficult work that they know that I face every day, sometimes from the very supposed to be representing our kids, as well as quit. Continue the fight. They will do what they have to support us in that endeavor. But we have to come together as a community if we are to survive. We cannot be divided. And the literacy and math acquisition of our students, how do we have go through K-8 hundreds of 10% of them demonstrate to complain about making changes that are critical and necessary after 10 years of declining performance, declining enrollment. Look at the data before you come to speak before this, to complain about what we have. Look at the mirror. And congratulations, we have the students in this district that deserve the very best education. And my task is to ensure that we deliver that. If you're going to critique me, help me. Not going to help me, you're hurt. And I don't care if there's 30, 50. Help me. And if not, you are hurting our kids. You're part of the problem. Finally, on February 22nd, I attended a meeting with basic their transition and their current. Did a meeting with underclassmen, sophomores, and freshmen who will be transitioning to BASIC when it opens, to talk to them about their transition to the new facility. Have early college programs available for them to be able to earn an associate's degree. I'm working to transform, but those who this process, and shame on you. My kid, shame on you. I hope she's not one of the 10 reading proficiently or doing math in school. But that is the reality we face when we have the scores that we have. Critique me, help me, or get out. Those students, big dream accomplish it, then big expectation. Be able to articulate exactly what they don't have that other schools and neighboring districts have. They know that they lack teachers that are willing to work with them. They know that they lack them on a daily basis. They know this. Speak about it very clearly to the schools to visit podium in public what's happening in their schools. It's like maybe that's what the kids need to do. They need to start coming to these meetings and speaking to the adults that are not looking after their best interests. Allow them to do from now on. I've been going to them. You go to them. Them at their schools. Who is listening to their needs, not only with instruction, college application. How many letters of recommendation have you written? I've written 20 this year. How many have you written? Being part of the problem. Be part of the solution. Whether you realize it or not when you became an arm. But there's a here for 10 years that continues to be my and to bring the tool harm another generation of kids, that we have them change their families and their lives within one generation. That's my job. That's what I took this. If you're going to critique me, you need to help me or get out of the way. This is not, couldn't care less. And sis, I care about the people that and be with everything that they say because they have no filter. They don't take it easy on me because I'm the superintendent. So before you come to this room to pontify in front of that mic, you better be talking to my. Also on February, Caribbean student, which was for Prince commended. He wants all of the various subcultures that are also Black to be able to celebrate their cultures. Haitian students had their day. I am sure he's going to have days for everybody who comes from the African diaspora, and it was exciting. Feeling like you fit in and you're able to differences of your everyone else. So that people know when you speak patois, you're not talking about them. It's part of what you speak at home. It felt good to be able to participate with the kids, to share my background with speaking patois in my home, because my grandparents were those kids. Those are the interactions. Show up for the parents, but you need to show. Perhaps if we had more of you at basketball games, we wouldn't need to have so many police. We're outnumbered. When there's a fighting, we're outnumbered. In the school games, adults, we're there with the kids. But what we can, kids who join a melee and make it unsafe for everyone, including the kids that are there to play a game to hopefully get a scholarship to go. We didn't suspend those kids. We held a restorative session with them. Because I know that for many of them, I am not the barriers for them. Forward. Me. And finally, on February 23rd, I attended the City of Bridgeport Black History Celebration. We had approximately 50 second graders there and students from K-8 in attendance. They performed a beautiful job with the program. Different in Black history. Songs. A lot that we learn every day. Celebration. It was good to see them enjoy it. And it was wonderful to see all the community leaders that showed up for that celebration as well. Thank you. That concludes my report.
All right. Are there any questions? Mr. Sakala.
Yes, a couple of teachers. I see we got the Levy David do not come up here, and you have spoken against me before, spoken against my issues. That does not mean you do not care about our children. Our teachers are our most valuable. Reach out to our children and reach our children. And I know almost each and every teacher in the system. Now, I would like to address the native words you use yet is suffering under the governor's budget, because I requested by email the information from Ms. Marlene Siegel, which was not answered, of a comparison, because the mayor from New Haven, he said, we are losing $300,000 under this deal, but we have magnet schools as well, and we charge. So there's a possibility the budget is for the city of concern ourselves because we were serve Bridgeport. So I would like to see those numbers so I could adequately advocate to my legislators before they vote on this issue.
Any other questions or comments?
This is we have in the minutes now approved. My objection to the argument we had earlier on the minutes is we don't, and there are comments made during these meetings that I find on the board.
Can you keep it to report? Okay.
Tended to very broad comments about the problems in the schools. So I am responding to something. Describing the minutes as recorded, he said or didn't say in a meeting, important for us to keep in that not by as being the problem in the schools. I've heard the board get blamed as the problem in the schools. Chair object to those attacks on the teachers or the board. I heard you object to the chair, but not watch and start doing verbatim minutes. Then we're going to start pouring through the minutes and making sure that we amend every month's minutes to this to include all of your offensive remarks that get made like in these meetings or meetings. And so I want to point out the suggestion that somehow Hanover solution that assessors.
Mr. Traber, can you keep your comment limited to
I
the
am.
superintendent's report?
I am, and her report commented on these new programs that are going to somehow address our problems. And I don't think they are. So I'm commenting on that. Necessarily the solution. There are others, and we have been get to the budget. Olivic just raised a point about trying to look at, we don't have Ms. Siegel here again tonight, to look at the impact of the governor's proposal, which actually help Bridgeport instead of hurting Bridgeport. And yet, before the legislature, which for what the impact of on our budget. So, I'm not here tonight. And we were not allowed to go even ask her in private as board members, the chief financial for an analysis of what the governor's proposal might do to the city of Bridgeport and the Bridgeport public school budget. This notion, if we critique, but I'm not sure that's necessarily, and we don't necessarily have to agree, and we'll disagree on some things. And I'm going to say that we will disagree, that there are other problems that are, we keep hearing about the state of the schools and the state of the, but frankly, for the and found a system in the state of Connecticut that has not provided the resources to do the job. And so as we're looking at how to parse the we have now, it is important for us to know before 1 to 2 to maybe more how much and have in our necessarily critiquing and getting in your way. We're trying to help by wanting to see the budget and know what the next year is going to look like.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Levy. I wanted to say was Principal Neary at Black Rock School, Principal Egri at Bryant, Principal Marone at Edison, Principal Kenny, and Dr. McPherson Stanberry at Hall School for and sitting down with me, just getting one feedback. Principals have been very learning and I continuing. That's all.
Mr. Benayan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Kamala David, I just want to clear and understand that I understand you want to do for Bridgeport School. You understand we want to work. I'm not here to be against. We attacking you. I know my decision, my own vote, and my voice. And I know how far you can get. But as we say in Spanish, juntos podemos hacer la diferencia. Together, we can make the difference. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Perez?
Important. What the outcome and that's brought up to the board. And the infighting of this board is not helping the outcomes of the students. We can have our conversation, discussions, each other without to not go, but look at the end result, the outcomes, what is going to benefit the student. That's nearly 20,000 students that we serve. Whether that needs to happen with Nick Russo, who sorts from CABE, I think that's something we need to, because this every two, we cannot sit here to new business and spend, I don't know how much time on approving regular meeting minutes. The easiest thing, we shouldn't be spending that much time on that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Madam. Dr. Levy-David, thank you to just say I didn't feel that you were attacking the students or the teachers in regard to your report. Was you're looking for change and you're looking for everyone to be change. Yes, that need to be addressed, and you are addressing. We may not. I heard that you're standing and advocating for a better budget. We don't know what the budget is. We don't know what the governor has said. We have stated that. I think that what you are proposing for of Bridgeport should be discussed amongst ourselves. You was addressing about it being a board or the children, or the staff. You're just looking for change. Though sometimes language can become people and they want to harp on and missing the meat and making a text out of the text. Of the children in every way we know how. If the numbers and the data state what you're saying, that to this board. The budget should not be people are talking about this board. Is, yeah, we need money to survive. What we need to do, got this money and that we should have been getting like other neighboring schools are getting, then that's a problem. And the data has shown that. So I just want to say thank you. That's the first time I've been on this board from January. And that's the first time I come with your passion about the talking to you. And, but this is the first that I heard you speak about the children and the way in which you have and the condition with such passion of the Bridgeport school system. And yes, I too was on, I'm getting up because this is a pony show at times. To stay, and we had somebody to tell me something that maybe y'all that wasn't on YouTube. That's what I said. And I want to say thank you, Dr. Levy David, because you today have. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Traber.
But you get the snide remarks. But the fact is, what started this wasting of time tonight was we need to put the exact words into the minutes and listen to the tapes to show when the problem is the team, problem is the board. Multiple times, and we money that Fairfield or those communities have. The money per pupil is way below. The inequitable distribution of money in this state is outrageous. Look at the data that faith organizations have developed. Anyone in this state can look at in the urban communities in this state, whether Mr. Lee or implied predominantly white community versus the predominantly non-white communities in the cities get inequitable funding. And this is a reality in the state of Connecticut to address, and that needs to be addressed. And the governor's budget, we had the governor's budget, what we budget to look at in governor's budget report. Every state is looking at how the government couldn't. So we're in a holding pattern until we see our budget and to see how it affects us. And that's important. Know what resources we have, and is it a wise thing to spend $2 million on relay, leave it for kindergarten parent to the parent city, and to see whether that's. Here we go again. I've been in this system and fighting in this system for a long time, and to y'all, that's a joke.
No, actually, that is
not. No. All right, Ms. Traber has finished his comment. We're going to go on to Mr. Medina. I is getting the floor right now. I don't.
The number $1 more money students that has been spent over the years. We've been underfunded for plus 40 years. So it does matter. But our funding and where we put our step forward. And I want to say that before the horse, a horse carriage. And I shared. I took it also like a scolding, but nevertheless, I must say that attitude reflects leadership that comes from a movie. And I would say, I would speak personally, I'm getting from our superintendent, but so much more. And in one of this committee, that she is the person that can bring this board together, act accordingly, and work as a board to do need to do. I understand that this board has one employee and things that I learned, what I know I don't know. And superintendent, the public control of anything else move the actions that happen as a board member, that's my power starts. My power ends when I walk off this table. And no one's gonna steal my voice because I want to. She is able to bring this board together as a team, but she's fake. And that's my personal opinion. The board, or to, there is a caucus here. Started over 45 minutes. Cause, and I tell you, I went to that CAME training with a few people, to another member of the board, two other members of the board. And everything that we had in that training that we went to, I believe was Rocky Hill, was on that training. Learning something new, to know this stick, people, this board, I swore in an oath to all of you and to our student on December 1st.
Mr. Medina, can you
Excuse
just
me.
keep it limited to the?
Sure.
Thank you.
So for this report to go forward and for her listening to our community, then attack them today. Listening, the teachers came forward to speak against Relay, against this funding, over $13 million. Relay alone was 7.4. But here we are again. Got to vote for something that wasn't better. And they're here. And like I said before, they're here because, and oh, but I go against the will of the community. We need change, definitely. This is not change. Change for just change does not make no proven thing, but there is record. Come and see me. I'll share with you Forbes magazine. What this really is. The people perish of knowledge, capability to bring this because of the are being put forward. Don't believe the hype. I want to get together with the community and with this board. Like I said, I want to build bridges between ourselves, between the superintendent and the city council members, everybody else. And know our anybody been on this table deserves better. Our better. I fought for years for $300 million. They gave us $150 million, and now they're trying to steal it from us. But we don't have the numbers. We're going to be okay or not. Why? The committee never met. Months that the committee asking for the to do right. Time. And it matters to us where we spend our money. I'd rather have, like my colleague said, teachers or parents inside the classrooms than have
Mr. Medina,
at all.
if
That's all.
You can, if you could say that in discussion. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Concludes the superintendent. Down to new business. I see one of the teachers in the back that I know. And so if you guys can take me with you to Disney World, but on another note, it is discussion Fairchild Wheeler's Interdistrict Magnet Campus out-of-state field trip to Walt Disney World in our May 23rd, 2027, 2020. Ms. Perez had met committee. That's why it's before us today. Oh, wait, I didn't, sorry. That's my fault. There we go.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and members of the audience. My student from BMA is gone because I'm for a different school to come together. David Viesta was selected of one of the only teacher from Connecticut, but one of the other 50 teachers from out of thousands that applied to go down to Disney World to go to their camp that teaches technology that the students are very excited. They package, and there's a couple of things that aren't quite complete with that, and that's the way our procedures are set up. I can't buy tickets until it's approved by the board. Collect deposits, I can collect a retainer, but I can't put anything down until it gets to the board. Trips in the past. There's going to be 20 students, and I have two that are going to be attending out of New Haven, Orlando. We're going to be using Mears Transportation. Their insurance information's in the packet. They're going to transport them from the airport to one hotels. There'll be 4 students per room. There'll be 5 rooms for the students and 2 rooms for the 2 Mears Transportation. Them from hotels and then back, and then from the regular transportation to the park. So they'll be spending 3 days inside, either learning about technology or learning about physics and how things, and then left for the rest of the day to go see the parks. $1,000 because but it's the price of includes transport, all the air flights, and be dropped off by their parents or picked up by their parents. Transportation around the Orlando area, Mears Transportation, as well as the fees to go to this camp, and also will include all the meals. So it's a complete package that we're going to be leaving. We haven't purchased a ticket. There's 22 people flying out. So the students will miss school on Friday, and they'll be coming back Monday evening. Any questions from the board?
We have Lovick.
Yes, still presenting, just kind of 20, how
Wait list, we capped it at 20. Breakdown per school, it was originally promoted through aerospace, but the other students from the campus are also attending.
and what the Bridgeport students to suburban?
Let's see, it would be 4 students, 8 suburban students.
Thank you.
Trip.
It's been, okay, so there's a motion to approve Fairchild Wheeler Interdistrict Magnet Campus out-of-state field trip to Walt Disney World in Orlando, May 23rd, 2024. It's been by Mr. Traver. And now we're in debate. In favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda, possible renewal of the proposed relay. What is your point?
I would move to move discussion and possible action to establish the Bernie Law to be the next item.
It's been
Thank you, Ms. Payne.
to clarify, to amend our agenda, that will require a 2/3 vote, as we've already had. So if 2/3 of the board approves, have to finish saying Mr. Sakal. It will require two. And seeing that, I don't think that that will be an issue. I think we should just go forward with the vote. All in favor?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Aye. Any opposition? Seeing none. We impossible action. Establish a committee named the new Bassett. I received and had conversations with the family about this. So I have Bernard Lofton. I am actually requesting the thumbs up to discuss with the any Bernard J. Law, Bernard Jerome Law. So we're at a discussion point now. I will actually make the motion committee for this. His legacy speaks for itself. Go program at Bassick, the Luckett Foundation. I sat there's making them. I am a kid at heart, so I joked around about my elbows to the boys because I used to teach all football players. So Bill, I saw Bernie Lofton's love for the students. I the kids at Bassick. I've been to Bassick. There's not a that he loved, dedicated his with him in January, where I got to meet him at carry-out, discuss the program, interact with the children. Not only were they getting tutored, the Walter a partnership with Sacred Heart, so they had college and master level students. And the boy, well, from my memory, I recall team science at Wentfield Park. Big back to school book bag drive. And when I say it, Unilever and Bernie utilized his network, not only an awesome tournament, but to ensure that the kids had access. They had a local, had child entrepreneurs there. You not only just, but actual the impact that he had, and I don't know who said this. I can make a guess as to who to say, but like I've heard that he truly something special. I think is actually offensive to even, and then letting that committee board. I that we named a new gymnasium of the late. I call him, introduce me to, but in honor of the late Bernie Lofton. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Benahan. So now we are in. There's a point of order.
I'm thing forward, but I believe Is to waive we need to make a motion to waive the policy, the normal policy. So I would make a motion to waive the policy of committee so that we can move immediately to name it.
There's to committee
I believe
action to establish.
there is a naming policy, I believe.
Site 3,500. I've looked, and if there is no issue moving forward, there's been a motion. You made a point of order, and I disagree. Is either you're going to appeal, but if there is absolutely you at tested regarding, and this, I think we should actually just, or the proper thing you have to do is appeal the decision of the chair, and then it will be made by the majority, a decision as to how to move forward. Robert's rules. I disagree with your point, and I overrule it.
I would appeal to do it properly, Madam Chair.
Oh, on the floor. Each board member will have to see that they are for or against. Just create, enlarge the process as to first waiving a policy that has no content in it online. And then once the policy that's available online with no content, then we would floor. So, Mr. Ben, so then I'll just go down. Wants to participate, appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to clear this, and I hope nobody speak, and I respect everybody's voice, motion, vote. President for Bassick High School for very close, Uncle Bernie. Our date night, the work and everything, he was there to support our students, staff, and parents. That we call his the gym his name, I agree 100%. And people, I know one of the board members say that and it put in the social media, and I spoke with the son. We agree, and we want whoever's against, we trust me, because these men work so hard. The only thing I want you, so we need to speak and try and bring it to I don't know what committee to talk about that, because why? We want to hear about the students. We're gonna hear from the parents, especially when Dr. Rayola, he's the principal of Bassick High School, to her. No, but we want really heard how we work. So I like to listen to people from Bassick. The people from Bassick High School. I'm talking about principals. I'm talking about staff, teachers, and community. Want to say beautiful things he did for our community. It breaks my heart. As I say, I worked for him for 4 years in there, and this face, I have so many things because that was done. He was for the kids, and he always called me so much. It hurt me that God made this decision. But I just want to hear from the people from the family from Bassick High School. I just want to put that for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Benahan. Ms.
This does not refer to Mr. Bernard. Is we don't follow the rules and regulations. How do we expect our students to do it? As they say, the students are watching us. That being said, if everybody could go to the website and new construction and go to policy 7550, I will read it out loud for those.
Just make sure you clarify that you're for new construction and the facility.
And please don't naming be the general policy of the Bridgeport Board of Education to name school.
Oh, oops. Mm-hmm. Did that change? I'm gonna, or click off. You have the mic on. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. New construction, policy 7550, naming. It shall be the general policy to name school facilities for who have attained primary science, art, political science, or military achievement, early pioneers of the community of the state of Connecticut, outstanding presidents of the United States of America, or geographic. General procedure for selecting a name for a school or a portion of a school shall be as follows. The board shall appoint a superintendent composed of at large, one administrators, parent advisors, student representatives from the area to be served. Number two, the naming committee shall then present a list which may be ranked of neither nor more than 5 names to the superintendent, who will then forward. The board shall then make the final submitted. This is a policy list that have waived in the rules and regulations because we up here have for too long violated policy. I would like to set an example for our student representatives and our teachers and our staff, where if we up here do not follow policy and we do not follow, how do we expect? Thank you.
Mr. Medina has of the issue. Okay. So then it's Mr. Traber. Oh,
Okay, so listen, if we could just move, we could either have a debate or we could move. See, I move. I to name, and we'd be done with this. So that's all I would urge us to do instead of having a policy debate.
you know, I want to thank you both for bringing this to the public's attention, because one of the issues with our consistency and duplicity multiple different areas. Look at business and non-instructional series 3000. Actually, another naming and facilities, parts of facilities, which is number 3505. Given that there are inconsistencies should be addressed in the committee level, I think it's just easier to just move forward with was already second on the floor. With you guys, lapse and other have not been updated. Depends on which policy, be anywhere from 2. And since this is not about there is a policy issue and we should update it, and we need to address where the inconsistency. If you drop the appeal, we can just move forward, and I will on the committee level. Is so we can just have the 2 policies that could deal with the same content. The floor.
I think So we read it together. You read another one, and we just want to proceed that way. Nothing is brought to precedent moving forward. So I move to vote, move forward, push the sense of we're not going through this guy, and let's move for Bernard J. Lofton as gymnasium now. That way we can get rid of all this bid, because Miss Superintendent, the question when it came up to our committee about the brought up that there are some procedures. So right, as a board, now well, we can move forward.
Okay, so just want to get down to
Yeah, to move these, meaning the establishment of committee, move that, move the other one that you're referring to there. Let's move both of them aside. That way we can move forward to the vote. Yes, let all this stuff to the side. That way we can vote now. Waive it, yes. Those two matters, the one that Joe brought up, it's the one that Miss researched it. Move them to the side. Let's waive them. Now, it takes 2 seconds.
Okay, Ms. Medina, so there's an appeal on the floor. If the appeal is dropped, then we can get motion. So can we, and then the main motion, I will withdraw. If the appeal is dropped, and just get down to, do I have an appeal? Making the appeal minds, because right now in Robert's rules, we have an appeal pending. I hear what Mr. Medina is trying to do. There's no amendments to the appeal. It's one by one. So is the appeal removed?
Field. I don't understand how, what you did, Madam Chair. There is to establish a committee. And I don't want to do that. Somehow ignored that. And motion to waive it gets us to where we, that's what I don't get. You just unilaterally ability to change the agenda that I don't understand?
Yeah, you don't understand. Okay, I'm going to withdraw my original motion. That way, it slap your appeal, because I think what Mr. Medina offered made sense. And so the original, the committee's done. Understand conflicting favor of both, correct? No, that's what Mr. Medina said. Right, Mr. Medina? Oh, you don't have the floor, Mr. Traber, so please respect Mr. Medina as he has the floor.
So I move to waive both policies. Now, that way we can move.
All in
Thank you.
favor? The motion to name the gymnasium after. Oh, I made a motion. Been second by Mr. Medina. All in favor? Aye. All right. Congratulations. Yes. Oh. Yay. All right. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action on renewal of resubmission of contract between Relay and Bridgeport Public Board of Education.
Sure. Yes.
So you need to just, okay, you did.
Evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to return to present tonight. We're really happy to be here in person. This is Tim Maines. I'm the director of Private School of Education. Tonight by my colleague. Excited to be here to review for partnership and to provide a brief overview of our instructional model with some brief examples from other partnerships we have with schools around the country. Off to Jalan. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Krosky. I'm of custody at Relay. Lead a team of educators, former school leaders, former teachers that are currently providing professional development and coaching to school districts across the country. A little bit of over 25 years in education, have been a teacher, a school leader, a principal coach for from in grade. Been committed, predominantly serve Black, and I've been passionate about that work throughout my time as an educator. Personally, I'm a mom. I have a 19-year-old son, a 17-year-old son, and an empty nester soon, so looking forward to that, sort of. I know that you all have heard our relay, so I just wanted just a few quick reminders around research to base or provides both professional development as well as coaching to school leaders and teachers across the nation. We have partnerships in all of those blue states presented on the map, as well as DC, which is the partnership that I've predominantly been years. In addition, novice teachers, and you can see some of the partnered with trained novice teachers. So we're really excited to bring this work to Bridgeport and create a new partnership with you all, with your school teachers, to help you and collaborate with you in meeting the forth here around building culturally responsive instruction, guaranteeing that instruction that's happening, ensuring that your students the content and reading and writing and performing math on grade level. So we've had the opportunity to hear about what district leaders feel like is necessary to address or in front of them. But we've also had the opportunity. So today, Dr. Graff from Theodore Roosevelt about what they see is needed to help progress towards their goals. So we're going to start with Ms. Simmons.
Good evening, everybody, and I apologize for my COVID voice. This is not my normal. Thank you for the opportunity to ask my fellow educator, Simmons, being the principal of. Yeah, it's. Thank you. I'm happy to say that I've spent my 27-year career at the public school system. Years became an administrator up in Bridgeport. Nearly 3 decades is the need to continue. I have participated in many different types of professional development. While all very well intentioned, there have been many inconsistencies. We have focused often on a program and not practice. Just as peers participate in ongoing professional development, our role demand the support diverse needs of our children. In a post-pandemic era, that is more important than ever. Children should be able to transfer from Theodore Roosevelt School to Blackham and be assured they are receiving the same high-quality instruction. Instructional leaders must be on the forefront. We need a plan that provides intentional. They are provide to address the diverse needs of those children. Accomplishing these are a very individualized approach for our instruction. Due to the diversity of the backgrounds of our teachers and our leaders, it will be small cohorts of similar, not the big ones we have all been through. Using data to action or learners. We owe our leaders and their teams the same focused support we provide our children. Now, how those are way beyond my pay grade. What I can say is that advanced and practical skills as critical moving the thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Raff. I'm the principal of Central High School, and I'm proud to say I've spent all 29 years educator here in Bridgeport. We are fortunate at Central High School to have several teacher administration with providing professional development for our. However, there is a need to provide further support with students. Of teaching grade level content in classrooms, which may contain several students whose skills are below grade level. I was recently talking to who's trying to navigate a 9th grade classroom, which has a combination of students from the country, student levels below where they need, also students who are level in the best lesson of grade level content students to meet all of their needs. As an administrator, I try to provide support to teachers like this by doing such things as teaming them with teacher leaders, PLC or instructional team with colleagues dealing with the same instructional, and also have staff members at development. Successful assisting overcoming these challenges can be overwhelming for others. In order to make sure that all teachers throughout the district are receiving these types of supports more than ever, a consistent district teaching and learning is needed. All staff need to be able to implement best rooms, which have not only needs and learning style, students who have varying. All teachers tools students who are performing below and build the necessary skills to move forward. And at the same time, staff need to be able to help those students in class who are at or above grade build their skill set to maximize their potential. Having a comprehensive framework district would assist all in having in helping more students post-secondary success.
So the two challenges that Dr. Graff and Ms. Simmons just really highlight and challenges that we hear from school leaders. I myself felt them as a overwhelmed by the task at hand. In a system where there's support, there's not common for what either like or really just what we as leaders need to do to improve instruction. So Relay works to partner with leaders to be able to build that language, those consistencies, so that we're speaking the same language and we can work towards our and consistently together. So from the last proposal for the board, that be doing a couple of as we look forward to creating this partnership. One, in response to the feedback, we have narrowed the scope of work to try to Bridgeport and to be able to create some early successes in our with a smaller group of schools. The actual content same, how has been decreased. That receive professional coaching. And a smaller group of principals and teachers will receive the professional development and coaching in the first year as our first cohort of. Then we'll add on an additional cohort of schools in our second year of our partner. This work would obviously to in classroom, also scope, which will also cost of the proposal. The specific content that we will be focusing on with your district leaders, with your principals, and with your teachers. One is data-informed instruction, which at Relay really is highlighting or a process to look at students and what students are understanding and to gap. That you're going to improve instruction, support teachers, and support teachers in understanding opportunities for them to get better. And teachers getting better and feeling more success in the class are going to help you achieve your goals even faster. So specifically, done some of this work with the school district and success stories. Lavarging in the District of Columbia, and he was a part of our partnership with his cluster for about 4 years that we partnered with the development and coaching. And you can see his successes there. He was able to achieve and 17% ELA. Instructional coaches, his assistant principals, he himself could go into a classroom and give teachers strong feedback, track how the teachers were progressing, and be able to improve performance as instructors in the classroom. And LeVar was Pritchard's cluster. A leader that partnered with out instruction process that we use as one of our instructional leadership levers. As a result of her work, she had 13 schools that achieved above average and 4 additional schools that also achieved above average growth in math. Attributes that work to really being able where students are, where they bring the content, and be here at Bridgeport. We are confident that a partnership will lead to Bridgeport being on a slide like Tania's, like successes that we're hope to be able to achieve with your leaders and your students.
On Ms. Cass.
Yes, I'd like to make.
Mic on. I may have cut
Yes.
you off. Sorry.
Hi. I make a motion to enter into the new proposed contract between Relay and the Board of Education.
The motion, is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson. There's been a motion, new contract agreement. It's been made by Ms. It's been seconded by. We just go in order of the first speaker in debate, and I just want to clarify, I'm going to read right from my rule book. You may speak in debate up to 10 times on any debatable motion on the same day. So, no. It says you may.
You said 10 times.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Thank you. It's my debate twice on any day. Thank you. So go ahead, Mr. Traber. Wait, I should turn your mic on first. There you go.
Yes, my light was on first, before Ms. Casimir's make a motion. The motion would have been that we, on this vote until after, because is and has been that we should not be spending money until we know what money we have to spend. Opinion on relay and its value, but that's not the point of this comment. That we have always struggled board to make 8 million. It's still money that we may or may not want to spend in this way. When we find out how much money we have to spend, we may have to choose not to spend on something in this. So I am deep discussion that we're going to have on Wednesday. Having this, please use the phrase, we're putting the cart before the horse. We're having this decision to spend money when we don't know what money we have to spend and what needs we have. So I am urging us to hold this vote. Know what the rush is tonight. Our meeting on and make a decision. So I do believe that I listened. It's ironic. I for years, and I know that the school she runs doing all it's going to do. Teachers. I know Mr. Graff. Central. So any good principal is doing this kind of work in their school. So I'm not convinced that we need to have Relay come in and would professional administrators like Miss Simmons schools already. Convinced that the program that I'm concerned about within accredited region at Sacred Heart at University of Bridgeport that we could work with and develop our own programs if we needed them. But I also think that we have administrators in our facilities, in our buildings, who could also put to do what we're going to pay to be, many of whom Graph are already doing. But I am making that decision now versus making that decision in a couple of weeks when we know what our budget is and where we need our. So those are the 2 points that I'd like to make, which is one, why do we need would be a fuller, whether or not it's a money. To spend the money in a vacuum doesn't make any sense at all to me.
Thank you, Mr. Traber. The next speaker is Mr. Medina. Okay, next speaker is Ms. Perez.
Thank you. I think this question, staff, or Dr. Levy David, biology teacher. So I'm a social worker now. But besides that, what does professional development schools? I think Ms. Simmons, you touched on it a little bit about programs right now and not practice. Maybe Dr. Levy David, you might be. Is it uniform differently than grade levels, but than another school? And because it was somebody made a mention of this that we have administrators who are not sure if, and I'm not trying to come against any administrator, but I'm not sure if that I'm not in the school, so I just want to know, about that.
Thank you for the question. The findings have been that we are not actually delivering professional development uniformly across the district. We have principals that have practices that are very sound in an effort, but don't necessarily have the resources to professional development. And did not remove specialists, we removed interventionists. We actually eviscerated the instructional program for this district years ago. So for the last 10 years, what we've result of the efforts to contain spending and make sure that we had a discussion with Ms. Siegel is we've declined across through a programs. Delivered instruction with programs, not curriculum. During the fall presentation about accountability, Dr. Jenkins shared our scores. This provided with that information where less than 30% of our and barely 30% of district-wide are proficient with the state. That very good job. We have students 7 days. That's the number of days that we have them for the school year. And we have students that at the end of 187 days are moving without having mastered grade level content. They're moving on without being proficient at the 3rd grade level, and 4th and 5th grade, still not accessing curriculum, high school, have foreign languages, and they do not have Algebra 1. They do not have access to the courses that would make them ready for high school. So then they move on to high school, and the cycle of failure continues in high school. So when they graduate, their graduate requirements or a certificate, minimal requirements for college ready, transition successfully in excess of 12 hours. The story with our kids, that is what we're hearing with our alumni, that they're graduating unprepared and wish that they'd had better opportunities to be prepared before graduation. The students that are addressing their learning in our magnet programs have a bit more than our students in the traditional. I didn't make this up. The question is, are they programs do not curriculum, and without a tier 1 curriculum that we can deliver to students, we are not providing them with the instruction that they deserve ethically from the teachers and the administrators in this district. I can't blame the new superintendent every 2 to the 5th one in a long, and as one of the this weekend said, the Dallas out of this district, nation of John Ramos, and that she also got Fran Ravinowitz to leave the district. And she, went on very proudly to tell me she's 3 for 3. So this board has a decision to make. Our recommendations, we have to not be proposing a $2 million. There, it is proposed paying for a program knowing that we don't have the funds to cover it. The funds are already there this year. This is not next year's budget. This is this year's budget. The money's there. If you want it, decide if you don't want it, but stop wasting the kids' time.
The side that support, are those consistent across the board? So and your answer's gonna be no, I think. But is it introduced like Dreambox?
Yeah.
Dreambox. So that's kind of the district, but that are being implemented goes in. Is relays here for 2? No, you don't have to. If
are being delivered are reliant on the level of experience of our teachers. And as you know, we have a revolving door of teachers in this district. We come in brand new every year, onboarding, training, support, and then leave us in a couple of years experience and go on to the make more money curriculum.
My final, I was one of those teachers who left the district after 2 years and did a whole career change because I felt ruined. But
We'll take it back.
No, but serious, in all honesty, this was during a time where we did have, and I'm not getting political here. You know, we cut in when I was laid off the teacher. I wish I had, I won't say relay, but I wish I had a program or that there was something consistent because I may have stayed longer because I loved teaching. But I do feel like I was not prepared for the, and I have, I'm educated. So like, so this is not, I know there's some information, certified teachers, because our teachers are most, this is just a professional development program.
Yes, our teachers are mostly certified, but even certified teachers need support. It takes 5 years for a teacher to proficient in their practice. 5 years. It takes principal to become proficient. And when you have a revolve at the central office experience, that leaders, they are overwhelmed to support brand new teachers, overwhelmed with trying to support the brand new principals that are in buildings right now through no fault of their own, without the ability. They don't have a mentor. Also, we have Kelly services in classrooms with kids. Substitutes. Okay, to have Kelly in a classroom with a classroom with 30 with a certified teacher, then have 20 in a room with a substitute from Kelly services any day of the week. I'll take a over a healthy Kelly substitute any day of the week. That's how I feel about it.
That's all.
You can just go. You're up next.
I feel, I know your frustration because we are on the same page, but the way, if like I say, oh, Carmela, I don't want that, you're gonna be, why you talk to me like that? Frustration, and I respect that, but the way you talk and you stress, it's like you my mother. Please, I know you want to talk, press, please listen, because I don't want watching us in the community. So feel, please let's have a much better communication, because I understand and not against you, but I know what better communication, sorry, and talk more nicely. Like I said, we can do better. I just wanted that from
me, Mr.
I nice.
To me.
Nice. I would never. Yeah, but I'm not talk like that. I'll be upset, man. Over, trust me, because I respect you, and I want people. I would like to people respect me. I respect, so I just say respect. That's why I want to say that.
Could have gotten so much more done if we didn't have this circus that we have here every single meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. We're now going to move. It is.
Some of the schools, like the two that were speaking to principals here, that they have this, the issue with the other schools that they don't have staffing, don't have curriculum. It's really a program, is it a curriculum? Or if you're speaking about of staffing or why this board, or you can make this decision and decision, and this is our responsibility. And then you also mentioned just now that this is for this year, but according to what I see here is for 2020, 2026. So correct me if I'm wrong on that point. And those are my two.
More is gonna help.
Oh, and it's not my time. I think it's saying it's been asked and answered, and I hear that all the time as a common objection for depositions. Is she said this has nothing 25 school budget, which will be presented on the 28th, and so here's budget, which is the 23 available online. And then,
Sorry, let me just, because I didn't get an answer, but you're.
That is the answer, is that this would be funded from the 23-24 budget. And so for the budget on the 28th, that's the budget, and that funded source. Continue to move. No.
And it says this is year. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe the staff can do it that are here representing Relay, but it says 25. And I'm just trying to figure out how we're spending 24 money when, you know, we're in a physical cliff and we're having issues already. So answered, and I asked a question. We're talking about programs and staffing and resources.
Point of order.
Curriculum.
Or people crosstalk.
Okay.
Yes, it's not worthy.
So part of the had mentioned that they would get to work this year. Is that? I just brought. So welcome to Bridge.
In collaboration with you all, we start to put the pieces together and start with the professional development at a time in which is going to be amenable to you all.
Okay. All right. So, Mr.
I would guess that it would extend and into the school year. We can.
Okay. All right. Next speaker.
Thank. A couple of points I would like to raise. One, the money is said to be there this year. For those of you not familiar with our budget, we have something called the which can only be spent once. We have built up reserves in the internal service funds. Last check was projected to be dollars to be used. Here, questions is add more that's being taken away from the internal service fund. And to say it has no impact on next year's budget, that leaves an internal service fund to cover next year's expenses. Money can only be, and this is very concerning that I have a view of our, is this program not wait to get this tomorrow after not doing it for 20, 30 odd years? Are we going to suffer any more than we already are? Why is get this through? If the money's there, the money's there. Then we can consider the merits of the program. On other things, we instructional coaches. Instructional coaches can. And do we have to weigh the value of all these things because we can only spend this money once. Once that internal service fund is gone, it can never be spent again. Never be spent once. Now we have two principles. Research shows, research about this very well. That class very well. If we care about classrooms. Let's do 15 students per classroom. We can't because money is a reality and we cannot afford it. So we must pick and choose between what we could afford. We care about the children. We will do so with discernment. We've had, the sub 2 have professionals. For union level, I can't ask that question. Why? Because our CFO, who gives us the budget information, is not here in this room. CFO, it is irresponsible for us as a board, for caretakers of the public tax, this decision, and it's for our children. Levels, it's irresponsible. We enter into this contract. Tomorrow we find out X, Y, and Z. This contract may be one of them, unless, of course, somebody sticks a rider in there that we get penalized for this contract. I just ask that we delay this firm fiscal information. I'm a numbers guy. We cannot afford this. Coming into austerity cut. It's going to be a bloodbath. We're running out of ESSER funding. So will that be transferred into the operational budget? Would it be more value in this room to have, well, only one is elementary school, professionals in or training for your things we got to weigh and balance. Very important weight and balance. And this program seems very, very much all-encompassing. Probably about $1.5 million to $2 million in brand new talent. And none of them could to take this on. Salaries doing this down to the rest of the teacher on assignment, principal on special assignment could handle this work and train all the other teachers and train the staff. We got executive coaching for, 20 hours for the superintendent, a brand new superintendent we just hired. Necessary. Executive coaching. People are bringing to, but we're just not being responsible. What are we doing? What are we doing in this district? I mean, 109 positions, closures, and nobody could refute that. We could not have a budget. The finance committee has since 23 seen the CFO these questions, which would be the easiest thing in the world. All we need to do is have the superintendent ask the CFO to come discuss the budget. How are we affording this? How are we paying for it? Something else, is this money earmarked? How will we continue? When we discuss this program is effective. To cut it, and everything's up for grabs in this coming budget cut. I mean, you think this is contentious? Start talking about laying off staff. You're gonna see some real contention up here because there's gonna be different competing, and just to us that we got to automatic, or we're being dis. In the past, and it's gonna happen. And that's 6 minutes and 36 seconds. I would like to speak again after.
Okay.
Yes. With all due respect, and I'm on. Mr. Medina was saying was that in our packets are that your program will run the next 2 years. What we're being told now is that those are two different things. And the money's going to, that's another, clear from your, you said, oh, and I'm sure you can, not doubting, but that was not what was presented to us initially, either in the written materials or the presentation that I saw in committee last week, earlier this evening. And so is I don't get the rush. I don't get, you can start, as you said, not, you're going to have to, whatever you're envisioning in the initial phase. And I don't get why it's going to have to start immediately anyway. So it just makes no sense to me at all for us to start until we know what money we're going to get from the city. Ms. Perez and eviscerated resources that we used to have to help us train the staff, to help work with the administrators to train the staff. And we had they were let go during those cuts that Mr. Sakalovic is referring to. At those meetings, pleasant meeting. We're not friendly meetings. It was unfriendly tonight. Screaming people from the lighthouse, the screaming people about kindergarten paras. We were just at a CAPE meeting, where they were worrying about maybe having to let 1 or 2 kindergarten, and they didn't had to all of our kindergarten were able to restore of those kindergarten paras. And we may be looking at losing them again. And these discuss the responsibility of the board. And so as we ponder how central office staff, and the only we are HR director staff is new. The only question we've raised is, should we be doing this when we may have to undo this? That's true of these programs. Or should we hold up for a second until is in another month or two? It's not your program worth. It's a matter of things and sliced bread. How we should be spending this money, or should we be hiring coaches and restoring those positions when we had to make these budget cuts 5 to 10 years ago? Should we be putting coaches back in our schools and work with the staff kind of direction? Money, how much would that cost? And so I think all of this stuff needs to be looked at as a whole, not just piecemeal the way we seem to be doing. Now, I have doubts that I've expressed, and the program we're being offered is even more so I think that we need to seriously put the brakes on and say, let's look at it. It's this, or not just let's do this, because, and not having to even able to look at the whole picture. You know, it's like, look at the picture here and not the rest of the picture. We need to see the whole budget, the whole picture, the whole cost, the total impact on all the elementary schools, the high schools, all the schools as we move for next year. This is insane. It's our schools. We had to cut all these resources that we used to have to support our teachers. And so we need to put money into this program to cut more of those resources. The logic is circularly going down the drain. To stop doing that. Stop. Picture is. And instead, speed ahead into a bad decision. And I don't know why. I have yet to hear an explanation for why we need to do it. Or this, or next month even. Well, I think that we need to, I do know that until we know at what expense, not just the 2.2, I'm sorry, but the 2 million that we're talking about here. You know, does it mean no paras, no use it on coaches? Could we spending this money without we could spend it on? That's something and be able to know about. So that just makes no sense to me at all. And I think that we should just hold up, come back and revisit this question when we know what the whole picture is.
Yes, once again, I'd like to reiterate, you need to wait for the budget, which comes out in 2 short days. Problems pivoting and delivering the same service, it could held up by a 2-day delay or delay. A problem starting 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, you're asking?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I mean,
Our program, upon your approval, we would really the actual MOU in place and the count, as well as the scope of that we would provide. I think it's up to you. Timeline might be collaboration with you. Ultimately, our work, typically we respond to the needs of our partners, and we know that it's not like we can say you must start at this certain date. To understand what's going on and when you have the time, support meetings, so on, a part of our conversation.
so in essence, coming back 2-3 weeks from now and signing a contract in 2 or 3 weeks will have no impact on the effectiveness of your program. Thank you. Also, still so disturbed about not having a CFO here, and an alternate universe that we want to look at money back to see them. We got a lot of talent, faith in our teachers, our principals, our staff, and even the executive staff that was just hired to take this on. I mean, if we hire somebody at $150,000 just to do training, that's $2 million, 10 odd years, rather than 2 off. Final note is, homogeneous district professional developments. What'll work in one of our schools that are majority work in a school with a majority of students who don't speak? They may need different kinds of trainings, not trainings. It's one training at all. Is really disturbing to our schools. That's why different principals got different trainings. One second. Oh, okay. And yeah, the final note is, I forgot my final note.
See all of track. Roll call vote. Oh, sorry. Then go ahead, Ms. Perez. Mic's on.
I think just to piggyback about the homogeneous on instruction. So instruction learned is tier nodding your head at me. Tier 3 would be for the other learners, MLO learners. And yeah.
All right, roll call vote, Ms. Perez. There's no response. You utilize up to 10 minutes to speak. So please call the
Tahiba.
I don't see. Oh, okay, I see your name. Good.
For the approval of relay, the contract relay.
This is a motion. It was made by Ms. Kemp into the contract. It was seconded by. So the roll into the contract. Yay means entering.
Yeah.
From Ms. Bain.
Christine.
Yay.
Albert Benahan Grajales. You just said that, right? Okay. Akeisha Casimir.
Yes.
Jennifer Perez, I'm going with yes. Joseph. Robert.
Yes.
Step.
Benahan's not here.
5-3.
3. Thank you so much. We look forward to working with you. Have a wonderful evening. We're going to move down to the next item on the agenda, which is discuss action on a renewal resubmission of the proposed contract between Public Schools. Lindsay Howe. Evening, Ms. Howe.
Hello. I apologize. Are you able to hear me all right?
Nope.
No.
I think you're good now.
Okay. And my apologies. My whole family has COVID and influenza A. So I would be there in person, but I chose not to bring this gift with me to Bridgeport. You'll also have to bear with me too, as the video stream is somewhat intermittent. So if I can't hear your questions, let me know. Is the live stream working? Can you all hear?
You're breaking up, but we can hear you.
Okay. And I need the ability to share my screen.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
For you to, because issue, I've received some complaints from constituents that it's buffering from their end at home. So do you mind if you can call
Sure.
you clearly? And at least for people who can't hear from home, back onto YouTube and listen, and they can get the gist as.
Yes. Is it possible to put that in the chat? the number to call. Let's see. Dial in. Okay, 1 second.
Oh, okay. Quality. Uh,
Yeah, we'll send it to her.
Madam Chair, 5 minutes while we get the tech.
okay, there's recess for. It's been seconded by Ms. All in favor? Aye. The ayes have it. We are in a 5-minute recess while we get to these technical issues.
Hello, this is Lindsay.
Yep, I'm ready. Research.
That work? Okay, that's gonna work. So when they come back from
Well, because I was looking, or I wonder if you say something so that. I even. Okay. Yeah, I look at you. You're-
On the podium.
right, and 10:20, we are coming for the bridge right now and discussing, we have a presentation from Hanover, and we're on action item number 4.
Again, hosting name is Lindsay Happy Research. My apologies, I couldn't be there in person. My family has influenza A and COVID, so I chose not to bring them. So I'll give a quick overview of Hanover and then priorities. And we bring education purposes for and implement improve student outcomes through evidence-based practices. Hanover pulls from over 200 areas of research expertise, able to act as an extension of the work that is ongoing in the district and can, because of our, can deliver research fast. Contains a third-party person when we are evaluating current practices, is instruction or curriculum or program. While we are firmly, we have worked with 23 districts in the state of Connecticut and our several the Connecticut and next slide shows priority areas defined by district leaders where they'd like to invest in additional research. This includes high quality or an instructional audit, data literacy, assessment, our analysis, their designs, understanding of literacy. Oh, I wanted to highlight the view of program evaluation. Most districts look at the evaluation of a curricula, of a vendor. Hanover's research is designed to eliminate bucket. Most evaluate math, special education programs, and examine common questions that districts want to investigate, including, are the right students participating? Are enough students? Fidelity of implementation, meaning is the program or curricula being ended and is it consistent to classroom and different outcomes in that program and return on overall investment of program. Return on investment can be measured in various ways, including both cost and reach. The right students participating, enough students participating, that districts look for or can deliver. Excuse me. Teachers and staff, students, families, while analyzing student outcomes. Program evaluation is a core capability we are nationally recognized. Compromising over 50% of the world. The delivers results would improve, abandon. This next year, part of Hanover's Metro National Public School shares similar but also different characteristics. Literacy across the district, the district utilized reading recovery. With Hanover, as external evaluator for inconsistent, not justify the over. Was that the district strategically abandoned this program and adopted different program, freeing up 7.2 million annual funding. When we completed it, then vendor the district to consider. Slide here. We take a mixed methods, deliver a survey, and use those findings to deliver in-depth interviews, and then layer that with a data analysis to give a comprehensive topic area. We did some updates to our. I want to highlight here. Two ongoing tackle two key areas at the same time. So, for example, we might complete an instructional bit and complete a program at the same. This is also often included implementation, build capacity, workshops, leadership on action, included a year's worth of research in a single queue with implementation support known as our advisory services. Again, we work with the district on action planning and completed research. 4 to 6 completed projects with the option to read. Option 2, 2 queues of research address 2 priorities. This includes 8 to 12 completed research projects. So, for example, we can deliver work on instructional practices, program evaluation. This option does not include the advisory implementation support. However, as we continue the district, element always occurring with it that may not be on site in a workshop. There is an option focus groups. The district like that. Check that off this proposal. You'll find this information in your packet as well. We'll pause for any questions with me on the.
I didn't turn myself on. I apologize. It's after 10:30. Ms. Casimir? Did I turn, okay, turn you back on? Go ahead.
Intern to a for the.
Okay. There a we are now in debate. Okay. Okay, Mr. Traber, I understand due to the time conceptions, Ms. Casimir was first, and she made a motion. Second by Mr. Woodson. Inconvenience. Okay. 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 So sorry, Mr. Traber. So, and that's okay as well. Is there, okay. By Ms. Casimir to enter into option 2. It's been seconded by Mr. Will. Mr. Have any comments up for debate?
I can hardly begin to comment during this meeting. I looked the first time in the last one. Certain I had I look down and figure out how to push on her. How unfairly you are running this meeting, how
No, Mr. Trevor, I
undemocratically.
want to know
I
anything
have,
regarding. No,
may not like what I'm saying, but I'm still objecting to the way that you have allowed this.
Okay, thank you.
I have, which is in, you called on the order
Okay,
to get your motion, the motion you wanted to have. I had a different motion to make. I raised my hand first. And instead, we're now debating two. $1,000 annual fee? Casimir?
Yeah.
Is that the $105,000 one? There were several of them there.
are you done?
No. Do I have a clarification as to?
Did
I have
It's
the
in
pack. I was watching the presentation
you.
of option twos.
Okay, well, if you look directly in front of you, it says option 2, research cues. And this is part of your time. It's expected that all board members, when they come to meeting, their packet as well as pay attention to what's presented right
I
in front
can't.
of you.
That I'm normally provided. Night.
You didn't check. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, you
option
keep
2.
interrupting me, so it's hard for me
I'm
to
gonna
finish
back
the
out because I thought you asked the question. I was
No,
providing
I
you
had
the
asked the
answer.
question about was. So what's the value of the packet? Casimir, but she didn't know. Do you know, Matt?
Your handout.
What is the fee? That's what.
You look at fees in the
Why can't you
column
just
called
tell me what the value is?
because I believe you can read. So I'm going to give you the option to look yourself.
It's not page 14, it's page 109. I am asking. It doesn't.
Thank you so much.
Is it the 105? You are moving.
Yes, option 2.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Any other board
Not
member?
done with mine.
Fine.
Oh.
There was a long pause.
Well, when I get interrupted and ignored. The is a reduction from. How is this different than what we, I guess is the question I'm asking.
It's in your last meeting packet, Mr. Traber.
I'm asking the presenter.
Sure.
No, thank you.
Sure. So the proposed advisory services, this does not include those advisory services. So it's a from 130,000 to 105,000.
Okay, thank you. 25,000.
Move on. Is there any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, we're going to go on next to Mr. Joseph Sokolovic. You're welcome.
All that. at the last meeting had option 2 in it. What was the original? There was a bigger spread between $100,000.
You asking her or me or
Option 2. How much was that?
1 second?
Was for a 3-year.
170.
There,
Noticing with the first, we had a first option. With advisory of $35,000 or approximately 25%, but we're losing about half the services for that 25%. So I would like to see the second one and have the math done on that one. So we would have to do. And this is, ask you a question.
I thought the option 2. I have the option. The option 2 on the.
I know it was higher. I can't recall the
I
number.
think it was 250.
Right. So that's it.
included the option to have people as be there.
25% reduction in the number of quays and completed projects and advisory
No.
versus.
We don't consider our 50% component as the advisory is of services or of what we're offering.
Find it. Did she hear the question? Did she? Yeah, I'm lost now. Could you repeat what you said last?
So, through the research. Research is always going to be the part of our services. So option 2, we are offering to do 2 sets without advisory services. Agreement level, our advice packaged added. So typically, it engages with us in our advisory services. You can anticipate that they are about $40,000. In this case, discounted, and now we have taken that.
Okay, thank you. So we have to have or the double Q's or quays, however you pronounce it.
Sure. That's really up to the district's interpretation. I would say based on the number of priorities that the district wants to utilize, the research is the great advisory services. This is though key partnership with.
Are you done, Mr. Sokolovic? Okay, thank you so much. Okay. I'm going to make sure I go around and make sure that no board member that has yet to speak first speak. Hopefully that clarifies any of bias by any. So right there, so much. Ms. Perez.
I don't have questions. I'll just comment that this is, I think, have a benefit in terms of seeing what programs we are using or not. Sure that, we're seeing the efficacy of each in place in our district. So, I'm all for instructional audit, which is something that I know a lot of people have called for, and I'm gonna say yes to this when we vote later, but.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Ms. Casimir.
Thank you.
Mayor, we're going to continue. Ms. Bain, do you have any questions or comments regarding Hanover? No, ma'am. All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to continue. Mr. Medina, do you have any questions or comments regarding Hanover? To come back to you. There we go. On and live with Bridge Hours.
I just wanted to ask, what is the proposed years? Was that clear? How many years we're considering?
It would be a 1 year.
Okay, thank you. And I think the difference between, so in this proposal, an item that's different from the last proposal to this proposal, correct?
No, so we offered two totally separate options. One, option one included one research queue plus for advice. Previously, it had been research queues. Option is the two sets of without advisory.
I apologize if my question wasn't clear. I wasn't proposal only. I was referring to the last, to this proposal. I know there's two, just like in the last one. What were the different, an option two to this? I think you had mentioned that they were different. That's what I'm referring to. I'm talking about the first proposal because when in this presentation, as I went through it, the details on, I believe according to this is your page 5, those project scope go there. It's actually one, and I just
because that may be slightly just based on this right here on the screen. It may be, I'm unsure if you're able to, but this was the original 1000. Option two was a 3, the same year to year one pricing over the course of 3.
let me ask you a question. Maybe you can put it up on your screen as you're doing it. When you, if you don't mind, in your things that are.
One second. Yes, this was the original proposal that was shared in January when I can show you the updated pricing. So this was the original pricing. So this was the idea here. here, strategy.
Can you, if you don't mind,
Yep, I'm gonna here.
you can just do the section 2 because
Yep.
it'll be more appropriate.
This book here. So instead of doing 2 sets of research cues, what we proposed for option 2 was to do 4. Could look at all 4 price once. The annual fee focus group. I've essentially taken 4Q option, which is the one, with advisory services. This right here would be a 2Q with advisory services. The new proposal, option 2 is a 2 without advisory. And with it.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to know, that's what I was trying to see. Both things was, so the only difference is this one has 2 Qs for this proposal that said also there was no advice.
Correct. No,
Went from 4 to advisories of, yeah. This comparison side by side. Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had. I wanted to refer, because again, when you send this packet to send to us, when I click on the details, it's as the one that we're looking at, like got shocked. I said, wait a minute. Yes. Deeper into the pack ones, but it's not reflect that you guys shared.
yes, my apology.
Thank you so much, Mr. Medina. And make sure you hit your mic. Thank you so much. And we're going to every board member first. And do you have any questions? Oh, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, no.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Benin. Now that we've went around the full board, I'll go to the next member that had already spoken. So that'd be Mr. Traber.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
It would always be added. Would be the cost of this.
The advisory services would be $40,000.
$40,000, you said,
Correct.
per year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very welcome. On to the next. Second time speaking. Next.
The superintendent, what funding source are we using to pay this?
We're using a combination of the.
It's going to be funded through ESSER.
Do you happen to know percentages of each? Another reason would be great. Arguments are the same as prior arguments. We can't spend money on 2 things. We can only spend money once. Be able to evaluate the new $2 million program we just put? And how long does it take to evaluate the?
That's for them to evaluate real.
Ooh. Comment myself as board chair is that this is pretty much the end of the line with ARP ESSER. So if we don't spend it, we have to spend it. So it's something where we can put in very, so we can make sure we're. And so, it's on the floor. Uh, for the heck of it, I'm gonna call roll call vote. And so, Ms. Pereira, you.
Okay, the roll call vote is for the.
Yeah, so I'll be serious. Keep myself up and um the I guess some people like the other voice better, so I'm gonna go back to my R&B voice. Discussion and so there's been a motion to enter into a cover for option 2. It's been moved by, it was second by enter into option 2 with Hanover.
All right. Tahiba Bain. Christine Baptiste Perez.
Absolutely.
Albert Benahan Grajales.
Yeah.
Thank you. Once again, the carriage before the horse. No.
I'm gonna vote yes. Joseph Sokolovic.
No.
Right. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm on.
Yeah.
Okay. I vote yes for change.
5-4.
Motion carries. We've entered into option 2 contract. And Hanover I'm about to say and Hanover. We're going to move on our agenda, which is discussion and possible approval of book purchases from Bookalicious for Bridgeport Public Schools refresh grant. Okay. Let's make sure you click. You are on.
Ben, can you hear me?
No worries. Good evening. My name is Lisa Valle. I am the librarian at Park City Magnet School. One on the lead team, district-wide fresh up a federal grant.
My name is the superintendent and the board for having us here tonight. Ms. Valle and I are here to present for the federally funded library refresh project that we presented last week, committee of this board.
So just as a view, we had presented last week library to increase the number of titles, ensuring that we provide culturally responsive titles, and that we also choice in the selections that are made across the school libraries. I want to be sure that were brought up on week, which were how many books level would. So the total number of books that were purchased or will be purchased is 12,090. And the break is that schools with under 500 student enrollment will 255 and books with over 750 would be per building per. And we were looking at specifically 3, 4, and 5. Grades 3, 4, and 5 were the specific questions that we were asked last week, and that's our answers for those questions that we. Yeah. So one of the major reasons for the to happen that our school in over 20 years materials have been purchased for our school libraries. And so all of the collections are pretty much outdated. Our students are in dire need of having books they want to read that are relevant to their interest to support the have and in ensuring that we can operate with them in regards to having quality resources for our students.
That is on the screen for those who are in person and those at home. This was provided to the board in your pack this week. I won't read too but looking at is there's a in every building, and I've heard that talked about a lot tonight. Librarian is a really key part of any building. I served as a school librarian at Beardsley School for over a decade. I'm very proud of that role, and I was able to do a at Park City Magnet. We're able to collaborate with staff. We're able to connect students with books, connect students, do a lot that the don't have the time to do. And I went into that infographic is as well.
And then continuing with our student engagement, we are specifically looking to work with Bookalicious. The proof of value that they have provided for us, they helped us prepare a survey to garner students. How do they feel about reading and providing us with books by a safe place to exercise choice and voice. It'll encourage their reading motivation because we actually have things on our shelves that they want. It also helps if we have quality resources where they might be finding and to our fiction section book and then reference and find a so was maybe mentioned fiction book or maybe like how to fold paper to make paper airplanes. That brings us over to like what do you have to do to be a pilot? What means? So the idea is to ensure that our students have good quality to them in our district libraries across the district. We have anchor to read.
We had talked about last week, the survey that was done with students really was quite disturbing. What we found is that students in grade K through 3 were sharply dropped off by the time students got to 4th grade. So that's why the focus of this is going to be purchasing books. They were showing about they love to read.
A board member. Oh,
okay.
There's no parking. Do you have a question? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, is really encouraging that. Research shows that third reading instruction, but we.
In conclusion, oh my goodness, it is super late. It's
yes, ma'am.
To finish up. So I just want to that the monies are again federally, it's part of a federal grant already allotted for school libraries, school fine are allotted for purchase books for all of our libraries throughout our district. So we're intending for this money to help build the libraries and student choice, and of course, create lifelong reading, improve our reading scores across the district.
There's one, I guess, in this grant, it's a district. So no matter what years, we'll have access to the same high quality books. So that was another important piece. So thank you very much for your time and consideration this evening.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the first name on my list, Miss Akeisha Casimir.
It was.
The floor.
I move of book purchase.
There's been a motion to Bookalicious with Bridgeport Public Schools. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson. We are now in debate. I'll just move on. Next person. All right. Let me cut you off. Miss Casimir, we're in debate.
I would like everyone, I have hand raised and denied finish. That way I can ask my question. She says, and I quote, "You can't park yourself." She lets the vice chair park her hand all on video. So if anybody, I got the proof, my hand raised. On the record, that way it's on your proof that I had my hand raised, and she took my hand down, knowing that I had my hand raised, but then chose.
Ms. Medina, are to discuss whatever question you have? You should ask your question.
As federal grant that's out there. I just wanted to know this purchase with that federal grant. This is something that's going to be purchased, and we have to redo this over and over again.
That is correct. So these are physical books those books will be housed in the library throughout the district. They're coming for the secondary school.
This is something that we can continue with his work. Thank you.
See, off. Gonna go down the line. Ms. Perez.
I think you answered this. There will be similar books in each school. Okay, so I'm not sure about have a librarian right now. You're not. We'll say elementary.
We have the libraries, or some of the libraries have certified librarians. The others are library assigned staff.
Okay, and so purchasing the book, they'll be like collaborating with everybody to make sure that they're purchasing the similar.
Right. Has been meeting, when I mean our team librarians, school librarians have been meeting through asking our own interactions with our collaborate with across district with our other library staff and librarians. And so, yes, we have librarians that are knowledgeable. We also have our Bookalicious, also have librarians who are helping to put the book so that we're curious our standards that we've quality, authentic voices in the books that we receive.
Thank you. I'm excited for this program.
Okay, I'm gonna go down. Mr. Sokolovic. Nope, wait, you turned off. All right. Go ahead.
Please define responsive. I mean, are we looking at race, gender, incomes or neighborhoods?
Are you talking about the types of books that we're getting?
Correct. It says
Is that we may have a main character, like the front cover of our book, the main character, a Black child or an Asian family, blended family. One that I think of, title has something to do with like plantains, something or other, and it's told from the perception of a Dominican child and their family. So these authentic voices and choices where our students are able to read stories, picture book that they're of ethnic
traditional families.
families, right? Yes. What you mean?
No,
Yeah.
I mean, when I hear blended, I think of my mixed marriage.
Right.
When do you mean if 2 males or 2 females were married?
You mentioned non-traditional family. However, that is defined a variety, curated.
And okay, final question. Did this go out to bid, and is Bookalicious the only vendor that bid on it?
So Bookalicious is a sole source vendor, which is why I did not go out to bid.
So there's nobody else that has books?
So it's not that no one else has books, it's along with the books. So they are providing to being the sole source of these books. So they're in volume.
And
Thank
in
you.
addition to that, in regards to these purchases of library books, it's not just when purchase them, we have library processing. So we are circulating. Some of our schools are maybe have bigger libraries that we are circulating and check books out. Have the QR code for them. It also on the side has a barcode. That's their library card. So their school ID has like 3 purposes essentially. So when our students come in, scan their ID card, that opens up their library account, and then that management system is super important. Like librarian. So essentially when you go looking for a book on like book, you do a subject search, you're able to see what books on that subject are available in your library. So what Bookalicious will provide for us is those MARC records as well. The system is we have of course in allowing our search for themselves. My library have.
And also just that processing in general. So again, this is not buying a book from Amazon. Any of us can go online and buy a book from Amazon. To have a book be a true library book, there's a lot to go in and you have to catalog that book. You have to do a lot of processing as it relates to the care of that nature. That's all going to be delicious as well.
Just okay. Sure. Next one on the line is Mr. Vanahan.
Thank you. The books will be going to be different language for different people. And second, this is going to be a lot of things you spend capture stuff like that. Be able to special needs.
Yeah. So one of the things that that was like huge in was to ensure that we are able to take care of all, like taking into consideration our English language learners, taking care of our special needs, might be medically fragile, And also like or chubby books who may have are differently handle those bigger board books or those tougher books are able to handle a little extra love that our students sometimes gives them. So or that we have the contrast print for our visually impaired students in different languages and the possibly can ensuring that through what zip code you live in 06608 or your family has moved to a different zip code, that there's a high possibility that that favorite series or book that you always like to borrow is going to be. And so that's one of the things that we were like key point. Make sure that when we're talking to that we're our parameters. We something for includes our special needs student.
Allowed to have a different language. I know it's Spanish and English. You don't know we're going to have another language.
Right now, we looked at, which I received the information, forgive me, the ELL department, right? So top languages that are spoken. And so we're, for resources, we different languages. We, some of our digital aspects, our ebooks that we already have are available in different languages. So that is something that we also consider as well.
All right, thank you. No more question, Madam Chair.
Okay. Next speaker is Robert Traber.
Could you just explain the single source mean by that?
Into this is providing the service, the combination that we got from them, as well as the purchasing of the books, the processing of the books as one lump package.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing that there's no other hands up and there's already a motion on, all in favor of Bookalicious, say aye. The unanimously with the board members present, just let the record reflect that Mr. Sokolovic has stepped out, so it's passed by 8 board members.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Night. The next item on the table is discussion and policy of Columbus Schools Commissioners Network. You so much. Way so few of us. Okay. Oh, yep. There we go. And like I said, it just passed that.
All right. So, good evening. I'm full. I am Linda Bagoli, and I want to thank you, the superintendent, senior leadership, and the community to present the grant pool strategic plan, positive direction. 3 years strictly in Bridgeport. Bridgeport has given me several opportunities for professional growth. I started in math teacher at Roosevelt School and then went to the high school level to teach magnet. I then at the instructional coach and the district level at the 2010-2000. I have been at Columbus School for 5 years as an assistant principal and then as a principal for the past 3 years. When we started to create this plan, we had input from both his parents and also I received back from the senior leadership and Dr. Jenkins, March Hughes. That collaboration, we were able that when we looked at the audit and then also at the superintendent's district priorities, we created a plan that had strict right to showing excellent outcomes. First, talk about our academic program. They are in alignment as I priorities. Utilize all of the resources and to keep them vision. And so the first priority is to enhance Tier 1 instruction across all grades and classrooms. During teachers follow a lesson plan to introduce new topics and skills and have all students in hopes to achieve mastery. And of those lesson plans, already comes into differentiate and supports for all students on our multi-language learners and special education students. Our last academic priority is to develop and implement effective assessment instruction. And so through those three academic priorities, brainstorm and decided talent resources. The first thing, the first board are the ELA, the mathematics, and then an L coach, a multi-language learner coach. At Columbus School, we have multi-language learners. And so through there, the focus for our L coach will have 100% have that program in the district that every student who is getting it, and we're using it with fidelity. That is not happening right now. And then in that second year, after we phase in Lexia English, forming into using the SIOP model, the Sheltered Instructional Observation Program. That has all of everyone can use them. And general education. Those property made up in the SIOP model are excellent. In addition to the three instructional coaches, we are looking to hire the interventionists. And we are looking to hire 6 group them by grade band, a 3-5, 1, and then 1 for literacy. And also surveyed the teachers, and we have a group of teachers that are going to do after-school tutoring to extend that day. And so then sectioned off a section of the action plan for tutoring. I got off track, but through that, to be creating a code, create within the teachers of all of, very important. Right now, utilizing the district components, we're utilizing about 40% of everything that the current Into Math and also the Wonders offers. And so we need and utilize those to their fullest capacity. Teachers that in all of their area is in climate and culture to make Columbus feel safe and welcoming to all students and families. We currently have a restorative practice specialist and an attendance monitor on staff, and we positions through the commissioner's network. The restorative practice specialist helps conflicts and teaches them how to upsetness in an appropriate. Our attendance monitor Portuguese, and she is right, and she is able to help bridge and build that welcoming environment at Columbus. And she also then works with them on all of. And so then they, and also does outreach. She does many different things. She is also of 3 children in our school. She has built and is vital. And with all of the efforts in place, Columbus will become a high achieving school with students who are happy and build that love for lifelong learning. Thank you.
All right, I open up the floor. I see up.
Oh, hi. Columbus School Commission reapplication.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Casimir. Any discussion, debate? We are in debate now. All right, Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, you mentioned are funded through the impact on,
There is a formula that it's 80%. There's different formulas that they use that break up the funding.
so, yeah, just a note on the Commissioners Network. I made this point at this meeting that our schools have to be struggling, and the solution for the struggling schools is to add more into it. So it's not really that's doing all. And the money we bring, if all our schools could be as Commissioners Network schools when they get the funding. That's all I got.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Sokolovic. Next person we have up, Medina.
Yeah, it's for a reapplication. What is the cost that we're covering?
Oh, sorry. Yep. There you go, Dr. Avery. You now have the floor.
Doing is giving the option, once the board approves capital to talk the state regarding this application. So if it doesn't pass the board, if it doesn't pass the state, nothing will be funded by the committee. So this process is just the first step of getting board approval to take it to the process next level. The 80-20 each year, which the networks take cost this next year care of 20% of the cost. So in each year that percentage changes. And so that's basically how it's going to be approved. So even if the board approves it tonight and we go to petition for it, the state not ready or and they will hide it if okay tonight and say okay when we go, I think it's March the 3rd, and it's approved, then they will allocate the district the funding to be
At an 80-20% rate.
Yes, sir.
So is this school year?
No.
No. I
It's for
was
the-
confused
No,
with the
sir.
word. So I thought,
Well, private school used network school district administration, and they were on Commissioners Network at one point in time, and then they fell off of Commissioners Network and to get back on again. And so that's the reevaluate what the doing currently now. It's the new leadership, new support from with she will be able to get. And so that's the beauty of the Commissioners Network, is to provide, schools and districts an opportunity to do great things. And yes, at it, and that's not really what we really want. But if sustainable plan that will gain into her culture, she will be successful to in the success it's usually like a 4 or 5 year process, and so they will get the support from the state, alongside of what the district is going to. It's almost like you have to have a little skin in the game. The district has to put up money and they're going to see if this is going to work over the. And it does, eventually can back off the cost. Years.
And that's
Too. So I just kind of, over the last 6 months was able to try to dive into in order to support the campus.
I hear you. And I just need a number. I'm just trying to get to know the number of what, even at the 80, what's the whole program to continue? What are here just testified to? So what is the number? I mean, do we have a number or we don't have a number at all? Like,
I don't have the number in front of me, but I think there is a number that we can provide you.
thank you. If we don't have numbers, I can't. Thank you very
All right, we're gonna move down to the next, Mr. Robert.
It's involved with the original application. And why did we lose? Ms. Begoli or?
Yes, so the original in 2015 and 16, not by the principal or leadership person. Principal was moved to another 16-7 in that first year, that planning year. And then there was another principal that came on the second year, and then a third principal that came.
Yes.
So there was a lot of change. And
Turnover,
so you have the administrative level for this. So every single 3-year commissioners network plan through 3.
Yes.
But there was
System.
the staff at the administrative level, and it was not able to sustain.
At the teaching level, the staff was consistent.
And the staff too.
The staff that participated in the planning and development. Yes.
That is true.
Okay.
My understanding, third year, because if you show enough growth, then they give you the extensions, and they, but then they did not do that for Columbus School.
I'm not sure, if you want the in the packet, it has the 80% commissioners network. It shows in the packet. But are you looking for? I'm sorry, I should have said that. Oh, the dollar amount, okay. I would, yeah. Well, I was gonna ask, staffing that we actually put in, assuming? Okay, so we wouldn't know. Been in the district for a 5-year teacher, there's gonna be a difference in the money?
The estimated first year allocations from the state is $650,000.
Okay.
Based on the number of staff and what type of staff you're going to hire, money is allocated.
Gotcha.
A budget meeting with and she things and said that overflow could come from our SIG funds. So, as Dr. Avery had said, it's around 650, and we are looking. Interventionists are going great, and so how much things are going. The 20%, we have funds that Columbus School right now is in a competitive SIG grant, and that would help offset the costs from the district level.
See, Mr. Traber,
You said the 600, it would be 20%.
Correct. 34,000.
No, that'd be 130,000, wouldn't it?
For 20% of 650,000.
Right.
That's how much?
100.
Give it 650. That's the state 80%.
We do 80%.
That's what.
The state would give 650 and it would be the. Yeah.
There's already a motion on, been made by Ms. Bain. It's been seconded by Ms. Casimir. All in favor? Aye. Any noes? The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Sorry, there's been, so that, okay, so it's been carried 7, 0 noes, 2 abstentions. Mr. Medina abstains and Mr. Traber abstains. All right, thank you so much. Have a good night. The last agenda is discussion and for the transportation to propose a call for later high presenting on this action item. Oh, don't leave me hanging out here. No. I get it. Yep, this came out of your committee, Ms. On you.
Awesome. Yes, I'm Martin, sorry. Transportation Department. In committee, we discussed teaching and learning in the years on looking into later start times for high school students due to the health and whatnot. So referred to the instruction earlier this year and decided to break piece by piece something we could feasibly do. Initially, I believe the Teaching and Learning Committee wanted to have this by the next school year, but that's just not feasible because there's a lot of moving pieces. We have to look in transportation. We have to look at the parents. The next referral item, right, Ms.? This can affect parents, younger children as well. Start times, teachers, obviously, who normally work 7:30 to 2:30 versus, so this is just to see a cost analysis from the Transportation Department. I'm to approve or the Transportation Department analysis for later start times, high school start times, sorry, high school start times.
The motion by Ms. Perez. It's been seconded by Mr. Traber, and we are now. Okay. Anyone's hand debate. Favor. Okay, I can't count that, so we're just gonna do a good old roll call vote. You ran out of paper? Gotta turn it to the back. Recycle.
Aye. Jay. Thank you, Christine Baptiste Perez.
Nay.
Okay.
Nay.
Fennehan Grajales. Yeah. Lily Mc. Joseph Sakalovic. Yeah. Robert Faber. Andre Woodson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. Who had passed?
Ms. Casimir.
I'm gonna vote no.
No. There's 2 no.
Carries, so, to adjourn. Once, okay, it's been moved by Ms. Rest, all in favor? Aye. Ayes carry. The motion the meeting has ended. The time now is 11:39. Have a good night, people.